So we're a state agency that provides financial and technical assistance to local governments in Colorado. I've been doing it for a little over 9 years. I've been with DOLA for 15. And I live in Salida, so I'm close. I cover a 10-county region, yeah, so part of what I get to do is work with communities and boards to do some priorities, goal setting, just try to make sure everybody's focused and moving forward in the same direction. This is my first training in like over almost a year. I was telling Philip, I got dressed and left my house today, and my daughter was like, I'm so very confused right now. Where are you going? So it's interesting to be out and about. But I've done this a couple of 3-4 times, I think, with BB. So it's awesome to be back. I really enjoy this part of my job, getting together with you all. So this, it looks like it's a pretty thick presentation, but we're going to cruise through some of the slides because they're here for you, just for your information. Stop me if you have a question, if something doesn't make sense. We have some scenarios in here, have an opportunity just to dialogue. My one caveat is I'm not an attorney. If you see something in here that your attorney has advised you to do or not to do, follow your attorney's advice. This is general recommendations from a state large perspective. I have included in the presentation, Philip shared with me the very cool policy document that you guys get as board members. So I've inserted some language that you guys already have, that you've already kind of agreed to as a board member into the presentation, so you can see kind of how it all fits together. So yeah, feel free to stop me, ask for clarifications, or correct me if need be.
Questions, comments? Does this all sound
good? So Libby, Amy,
Devin. Yep.
Devin, Dave I've met, Duff, Norm, Cindy.
And I will say thank you very much. We appreciate all you do. And my usual stint, turn them off, silence them, as usual. Let's have a meeting. No Facebook.
No Facebook. No Facebook. I have mine on in case there's something that happened in my house. So just in case. I already got a text, where are her boots? So, just in case. Okay, cool. So we'll get started.
Drive from here. I don't know how much farther you can go from here.
Okay,
So
we'll just do this. Okay. Let's see. All right, cool. So just quickly, in case you're not familiar, whoops. Oh, it's very sensitive. It's like, okay. So you have what we're going to go over today. Who's DOLA, your roles and responsibilities, as well as those of your staff, citizens, the organizational structure that you work within, what types of meetings you have, how to keep out of trouble, because that's what we really focus on, is not getting into trouble doing our jobs, and then how best you work together as a board. So that's a general overview of today. So Department of Local Affairs, as I mentioned already, we're a state agency whose mission is to strengthen Colorado communities. We do that through a number of divisions within our department, including Division of Housing, Local Government, Board of Assessment Appeals. We do disaster recovery work with local governments as well, helping them prepare for different emergencies that may take place. So the Division of Local Government is the division that I work for. And as I mentioned already, we provide financial and technical assistance to local governments. You all participate in some of our financial assistance program. The primary one is the Energy and Mineral Impact Program. We receive grants from us to do super cool projects like street drainage and water and wastewater projects, things like that. So if you want to learn more about us, here's our website. We've also been highly involved in coronavirus relief funds. All of the funding that came from the feds to the state came through our division, and however that worked out for you, I either apologize, thank you for your assistance, or yeah, it was a learning experience for all of us, but here we are. Okay, so roles and responsibilities. You are not the only ones here who have a job to do in the community. So we want to talk about how everyone else participates in government. elected officials. Your job is to set policy. You are the 30,000-foot level guardians of how we want the community to grow and move forward. And within your policy document, it says that your role is of a commander, not an advisor, right? You are here to provide direction to staff and give them kind of that roadmap on how you want the community to grow and move forward. So you use the enabling authority that you have within the Colorado Revised Statute to do your job as a statutory town. That is where your power and authority comes from. So when you are, usually, your attorney will talk about whether or not something's allowed, or our statutes generally define what you cannot do. When statute's silent on a matter, usually you're fine to move forward in some way, but it will outline things that are not within your purview. So you as board will appoint staff, certain staff and boards to do your bidding, right? That's what you're wanting those that you appoint to do to further the mission of the community. And you should be providing some general direction and ongoing two-way communication, right? You're communicating out to the community and you want them to be communicating back to you how things are going, what isn't working, what is working. So just some things to think about as a role that you have as an elected official. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this at the end of the presentation as well, on how to kind of stay out of trouble, right? You're here to forward the entire community mission and not to favor particular special interests. And you may think to yourself, well, when I ran for this, there was something that I really wanted to make sure that we worked on as a community. And so that's why I ran to be on this board, is because there's something that really matters to me. And that is absolutely fine. There should be things in the community that get you revved up, that you want to forward. But the important thing to remember is that by you don't want to favor one interest so much that you are either ignoring or causing a problem for someone else in the community. So you should always be thinking about the community at large when you're making decisions, instead of, how can I get this one thing done? Or if I want to get this one thing done, how will it positively affect the community as a whole? This board is not for your personal advantage, right? You do get to put it on your resume, or, you have your business cards. It says you're a board trustee, and it should be something that you actually are very proud of on a professional or personal level. We're going to talk about confidential information as well. You're in a position of trust here, particularly when we talk about executive sessions. There are certain instances where you have information that you're not allowed to divulge at certain times. We are a transparent, right? Government should be very transparent. We're going to talk about open meetings and how that kind of affects how you do your job. But there are certain instances where you're not allowed to be divulging that information. So having an open mind when you're coming to your meetings to gather all of the information. This is a board, you're a collective. Exercising your authority as a board member is done when you're sitting as a board. Things to think about, elements to consider, right? Leadership, you decided that you wanted to run, so you're a leader in your community. You're a leader in your community at all times, right? If we skip down to the big picture, the position's a 24/7 obligation. You're not just a board member on the first and third Mondays of every month. You're also a board member when you go to the grocery store. You're a board member on the weekends if you're snowboarding. People are gonna visualize you as being a leader in the community, regardless of whether or not you're sitting in a public meeting. So it's something to think about as you are conducting yourself in in your day-to-day lives as well. Information is, you all know this, right? You need all of the information that you can to make the right decisions, right? It's key. It's key for you to make decisions. It's key for you to evaluate the decisions that you've made. And something that we talk about a lot, the right decision is not necessarily the most popular, and sometimes the most popular is not the right decision. And as a board member, it's important that you can understand the distinction between the right decision and a popular decision. And sometimes it can be really, really hard. Codes of ethics, right? And we're going to talk about this a little bit at the end as well, being professional. And this isn't just for board members. Staff need to think about these elements as well. Philip's the town manager on the weekends as well, and after town hall closes, and people are going to see him as that when he goes to the post office or somewhere else. So Philip has to be professional at all times as well. I know. He has to, respect that confidentiality as well. As board members, staff, we don't want to be surprised in our meetings. We want to know what's coming. We want to be able to take that information in, make a decision. So when we think about how we treat each other in very respectful ways. Public service is about being involved in your community. You decided to do this and it wasn't for the pay. So as a public servant, you're finding ways to be involved in your community and be a proponent for the things that are happening here. Do be careful of overextending yourself. You can sign up for this. You probably all have things that you do during the week that need your attention during the day, whether it's your family, your career, maybe you volunteer in other places. So just be thoughtful of how much of yourself you're giving to your community so that you can give 100% at whatever you're doing. You do not need, this is good, this is important, you don't need to know everything as a member, and you don't need to have all of the answers. Colorado has awesome resources for elected officials. We are a local control state, which means the state government has some authority, as you know, over you, but a lot of authority is granted at the local level. And so we have strong associations, strong technical resources in Colorado that are available to you as elected officials, available to Philip in his professional position as well. So Colorado Municipal League, which I'm sure you all participate in, CIRSA, maybe your insurance provider, Department of Local Affairs. We're all here to answer questions, help you through things. BV is a wonderful community. It has a lot of unique features. It's not the only one who's been through things though. And so thinking about how you can use other resources, other communities in this state to learn from is also an important part of those resources and professional organizations.
Just for the record, that headline's not from BV.
It's not.
I was going to say, I missed it.
All right, so now you guys know your job. Who else? So one of your responsibilities is to appoint different advisory boards and commissions. So you have the tree board, airport board, yes, thank you. So these boards and commissions are here to advise you. They're a technical resource for you, assuming that those people who you appoint to those boards have just a real interest in that specific topic. So they should be a technical resource. They are not authorized to make decisions on behalf of you as the board. They are here to ruminate on a topic and bring something to you for you to either agree with or not agree with their decision. So they don't take action. So you can take action that's in agreement with the advisory board or not. And I'm sure This can be difficult for some advisory boards, planning commissions. The struggle of why am I here? What is my purpose? If the board can just kind of do something different than what we're recommending. They don't speak for you, and they should not be taking independent positions on issues with the public or the press. And if they are, it's an opportunity for you to go back and talk about what their role is in the community. So again, this blue verbiage is from your policy book. Right? Advisory boards are assigned to reinforce the wholeness of the board's job, right? To provide in-depth discussion. So you all have a lot of things that you need to think about, and your scope is very, very broad in community, broad within the community. And so these boards should be taking that time to really delve into a topic so that you don't have to be delving.
Very helpful.
It's a very important policy as written in our policy document, because if you notice there, it's really important that the advisory boards not interfere with the delegation between the board and the town administrator. I've experienced several times where an advisory board member tries to go to the town administrator directly and say, well, I said this in the advisory board meeting, why shouldn't you do that? You know, I want you to do this, or I want town to do this. And so it's important to have that well understood, especially as board and staff change over time. So
that's why it's so great you guys have that policy document. BV really has it. I have a lot of communities, and I think that having that consistency, so if Philip does win the lottery and heads off to Hawaii, and the board changes over, there's still some of that consistency written in how the town functions, and that's really important.
It's helpful to hear the practical stories too, because I've read through that policy document, but the examples help me understand it.
good.
Yeah.
Good. We'll try to do that through.
The Planning Commission is similar to other advisory boards and commissions that you have here. They do have some statutory requirements, and one of those is to prepare and recommend master and comprehensive plans for those communities who either want to or are required to, by statute, have those plans. They are much more of a technical advisor with staff, looking at your land use code, understanding how applications coming before them and then before you either meet or do not meet your policies or land use code, and then bringing that to you with that evidence of why an application should or should not be approved. So they do serve as a voice for the community on land use, and they should be looking at the community as a whole. And we're going to be talking about the types of decisions you make, those legislative and quasi-judicial decisions that are made, and how that pertains to land use as well, when we're talking about the community as a whole versus individual property owners. All right. The role of the town administrator. Philip's role is to prepare the budget for you to consider, and within the preparation of the budget, those policy guidelines and goals that you discuss should be implemented in the budget in kind of that very hands-on way. So that's generally how budgets are prepared. That document is a guiding principle, that guiding document for the community and for you as a board. There are certain staff that Philip has the authority to hire and fire and supervise. He serves as your chief advisor, carries out your policy direction. Even if he does not agree with it, it's his job to do what you tell him. So no, we're going to talk today about kind of those overarching goals, that vision that you have for your community. And then Philip's role, along with other staff in town hall, is to determine how they can go about implementing that goal and making your dream a reality in BV. So Philip probably brings forward to you staff reports with alternative decisions that you can make. Those, you could do this. This would be the outcome. This might be some things that could happen if you make that decision. Here's alternative B. This is what might an outcome look like. So Philip's role at your direction may be to bring different options for you to consider. He may be bringing to you his recommendation as well, and why it's a recommendation. So depending on the topic, it could look either way. But then, as you, as a governing body, decide which way you want the staff to go.
Can I ask on that, maybe at some point during the day we can touch upon bullet point 3 about the town administrator, the sole point of contact between the trustees. I'd love to hear, Philip, exactly what would work best for you. Maybe we can just talk about that.
Okay.
Do you want to do it now or do you want to do it later?
Let's come back to it.
Okay. Remind me
Yep.
wherever you want to.
Yep.
I was wondering about that one too.
And we can talk, so there are some scenarios that are built in at the end of the presentation, and kind of that communication between trustees is one of the scenarios, so maybe that'll be a time to talk about it. So this is just kind of a side-by-side role of the board and role of the manager and administrator in this presentation might be intertwined depending on what the slide looks like, but they're the same thing for this presentation. So you as a board are accountable to the citizens, the manager's accountable to you. You develop and prioritize long-term goals. The staff and manager delivers on short-term goals, implements the long-term vision of the board. You approve the annual budget, manager prepares the annual budget. So there are distinctions in what your role is and what Philip's role is. And the reason that it's important to understand the difference between your role and the town manager administrator's role will get into the liability question. You have governmental immunity when you're doing your job. You don't have governmental immunity if you're doing Philip's job. And that's really important to understand what that distinction is so that you stay out of trouble. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, so you have other staff in town hall, primarily hired by the town administrator. You probably appoint like the treasurer and the clerk. Yep.
And
so
the attorney.
Yes.
And the judge.
And those three. Should have grabbed that other, when we did this a couple years ago, we had that great organizational chart. I should have thrown that in here next time. So, but Philip has some authority to hire other staff and other department heads. The staff is here to provide technical expertise and guidance to you and to Philip, right? They're writing staff reports, they're bringing information to you that they spend, a few weeks digging into so that you don't have to. They also advise and probably maybe they're assigned to different commissions or advisory boards. Mark still the planning.
Mm-hmm.
So he's probably goes to the planning commission meetings and really make sure that the planning commission has all the information they need when they're looking at a development review. Citizens also have a role. Nobody's on. We hope that they have a role, right? We want them to participate. We want to hear from them. We want them to ask us questions, but we also want them to bring solutions to us, right? We want to understand as elected officials what it is that would actually help. So we're hoping that the communication that we have with them is polite and issue-oriented, solution-driven. And sometimes we have to remind them in public meetings the kind of communication we need and expect from them. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to run an effective meeting and really what the mayor's role is in making sure that we're getting that right kind of information and dialogue from those coming to us. Applicants within our community, those who are have a liquor license or want to build a new house or, want to rezone their property. They're coming to us as well. We want them to understand the rules that we have in place. So hopefully our website's up to date, all of our land use code and policies are available for them to look at and review and understand before they come in. Doesn't mean that they do, right? They're still going to come in and ask questions, and we're going to direct them to the information where they can get the information. They should be communicating issues primarily with your staff during the process of bringing an application forward. And then once we get to like quasi-judicial process, then they'll be communicating more with you.
That last bullet, just so you all know, I noticed that's a huge deficiency. Thank you. A gap, I guess I would say, in most people, especially local development, understanding the role of government and what their role is as developers. And you've seen a little bit of that through some email correspondence, but that one we run into a lot. And I remember as a board member being confronted with people kind of pushing those boundaries of, well, the town should do this for me. And so I think that's an area that as a whole, our town could continue to maybe focus on to help people understand who does what, and ultimately, people are responsible for themselves is what it comes back to, but there's boundaries there, and a lot of times those get pushed, so.
Small towns are easy to push boundaries. You know everybody, right?
Yep.
I mean, what's it gonna hurt? It's just me, right? So.
We spent some time at some point talking about those boundaries as we see them.
Sure.
Because I'm actually unclear on what the role of government is as well.
Okay.
And when those boundaries are drawn.
And so yes, if it hasn't been covered in the presentation, because we do talk about a little bit more, then let's bring it up at the end. So in the end, the relationships that you have both with your staff and with your community and with the applicants and with your board members is really what's going to drive the success of your community, right? We need everybody to be participating. Oh, okay.
I just thought me leaning forward
Oh.
was kind of rude.
All right. So we also have to understand that there are constraints both at the board level and at the staff level, right? We're not all working with what we wish we were working with, maybe. So as a board member, you're volunteer for the most part, right? You're doing out of this out of the kindness of your heart, generally speaking. You do have, it is very vague on what your task and what your role is, right? You come in, you read your policy book, you're like, all right, we're moving things forward for the good of Buena Vista. What does that mean, okay? And so as you're learning through your term on how you function as a board member within the board as a whole, how you make motions, the order of operations when things come to you, it takes some time to learn and understand like how far you go into a certain topic. And so it can be vague and frustrating and that's why not everybody wants to do it. There's no hierarchy here, right? Amy's vote weighs just as much as Cindy's vote. And so there's no one that has more authority than anyone else. Someone may have more history on a board. They may understand something a little bit more, but it doesn't mean that their vote means any more. Duff's doesn't mean any more than anybody else's. So there's no one like in charge at the board level. And sometimes that's difficult. You get very little feedback, right? And the feedback that you probably get is somebody mad at a public meeting and telling you off, right? Or the other piece of feedback that you can get is somebody running against you. So that's how you know if you're not doing a good job. Very rarely is anybody going to come in and thank you for your service. You also have open meeting requirements. There's not a lot of opportunity for you to understand an issue and kind of get into the weeds without everybody else hearing the questions that you're asking and getting into the weeds with you. And that can be difficult then to have open conversations, to have honest conversations about things, because there's always someone watching or a newspaper reporter that's going to report on it in next week's edition. And it's difficult to work within that environment. As a staff, staff can feel like they have multiple bosses, right? They want to make sure that they're doing what everybody wants. There are changing agendas. When new board members come in, we might be going this way, and now all of a sudden we're headed this way. And so those changing agendas can be difficult for staff to maneuver through. Staff has limited resources. There isn't enough money, time, or staff capacity to get everything done that you all want to get done or that they want to get done. And oftentimes there can be mixed messages. And so understanding how the communication flows from the board to the staff to give directions is really important. So some obstacles that you just may not see yourself or as an equal member of the team. For those of you who may fall on a different side of an issue, it can be difficult to move on after a close vote. And again, this blue is out of your policy. So a member of the board who votes in the minority is free to express his or her dissent, but will respect the process and legitimacy of the majority decision. And sometimes that can be difficult depending on what the issue is and how strongly you felt about it. Staff and board don't always speak the same language. And so, especially as a new board member, understanding what Philip means when he says the role of government, or what does he mean when he says the applicant, didn't process the right paperwork, what does that mean to you as a board member? So we're going to do a quick communication exercise. I promise it won't take very long because most people get really irritated by this one after a couple minutes. So aren't you excited? Way to set it up. I did this with a coworker of mine, and I was like, end this. Why are we still doing it? So we're just going to do it for a little bit. But it's important as a board member that you listen to the entire thoughts when somebody's talking to you, right? We as human beings have a very bad habit of stopping listening so that we can start formulating our response, right? So we're just going to take a couple minutes to not do that. So we'll just pair up when we're right here. So you two, Philip, we'll do Philip and Duff.
Okay.
And you two. So Libby's going to say a sentence, any sentence. Amy is going to start her next sentence with the last word, Libby's sentence. Okay, can do whatever it is. You're going to say a sentence, and she's going to do the same thing. The last word of your sentence, she's going to start her sentence with. We're going to go back and forth twice, just for listening. Okay, so you guys go ahead and start. We won't do it all at the same time, so just give them a couple minutes because it's going to get loud in here, and then we'll just. So Libby, start.
Amy, when are we going to have recreational marijuana?
Marijuana is tasty.
Tasty maybe in your opinion.
Opinion's what I got.
There you go.
What I do now?
So you start a sentence, you say a sentence. It doesn't have to be ending with hers, and you two are going to do the same exercise.
Snowboarding. Wednesday I went snowboarding in the deep powder.
Powder is good on donuts.
Donuts are what is in my belly.
That was a hard one to start.
Yes, it is. Good job. There you go. There you go. Philip, you start.
Oh. Mayor, when is Sean going to get the ice off my street?
Streets are oftentimes neglected.
Neglected is how I feel sometimes when I'm sitting at town hall.
Town hall can be an interesting place to visit.
Hall.
Hall can be an interesting.
Exactly, yeah. All right, go ahead, you guys.
I start.
Sure.
Cindy, when is summertime finally going to arrive?
Arriving, can I say arriving?
Yes.
I still arrive. How do you start a sentence with arrive? Arriving soon, I hope.
Hoping that we have a lot of water this summer?
Summer is fantastic.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job. So it's important, like, you think you know what somebody's going to say. Who knew you were going to end up with donuts? So it's all good. Thank you.
I was gonna say marijuana's tasty.
I did not, was it? Taking a step back and making sure you know, well, because you don't know what somebody's going to say. And part of your job is to listen to everyone so that you can give them the right response. Okay, so sunshine law. So these are some of the constraints that you all have. So Colorado revised statute requires that any meeting that has a quorum take place in the public. So a quorum or 3+ members where you're going to take formal action or public business is going to be discussed has to take place in the public, right? So public notice is required for all meetings when formal action occurs, when you're going to discuss anything, when there are a quorum of you present. Minutes have to be taken and available to the public when formal action occurs. So we're going to talk about the different kinds of meetings, but you will see a running theme. Everything's open, everything's noticed, and there's generally some sort of record of every meeting. So necessary tools for a meeting, right? We have an agenda. Philip's great at this. We have an agenda. We have all of the background information that we need. We have copies of the last meeting. And staff is going to provide this to you. That's their job, is to provide that to you in a timely fashion. It's your job to read it. It's your job to understand what you're going to be discussing in a board meeting. So what kind of meetings do you have? So we have our regular meetings. These happen on a consistent basis. You probably set the time and location by ordinance at the beginning of the year. It's posted in the newspaper. These are going to be the meetings where you're going to discuss all the kind of procedural items. You're going to always have the minutes. You're probably looking at the budget. Maybe you're approving bills. You'll also, hearings take place at your regular meetings. You might be reading ordinances, passing resolutions. So these are the meetings that people can depend on, right? You can also have special meetings. Special meetings are just that. They're special. They're held at a different time, maybe a different location, and they are used if something requires immediate action and can't wait until a regular board meeting. So there's generally just going to be 1, maybe 2 items on the agenda for this. Maybe there's a deadline approaching that needs a special meeting. I don't know that they happen. I don't know. Do you guys have special meetings?
We've done a few.
Yeah.
Yep.
So always still, if you're having a special meeting, it still has to be posted. You still have to follow your posting requirements of 24 hours in advance. And it still has to be open to the meeting, open to the public. Work sessions. This is a work session, I'm assuming, a type of work session, right? There's, it's council chambers. So work sessions, again, held at a different time, and they're used to discuss items. There isn't going to be any action taken here, right? This is a learning opportunity for you all. It's a time for you to discuss. Aren't you learning something?
Making weird eyes.
So it's just an opportunity for you all. It's not formal, right? We still have an agenda, but we're it's much more relaxed than a regular meeting. So, and we're not making any decisions here. Another type of meeting that you have is one-on-one, and it's just that. There's no quorum there. You might be meeting with a constituent or one of the staff members. You could potentially be meeting with each other. The two of you could meet on something. You have to be careful with one-on-one communication because of ex parte communication that we'll talk about in a little bit. So, so we don't set those up. It's probably easiest if it's between you and a staff member.
Comment on the one-on-one real quick. And actually, well, I could wrap it into the contact between the question that came up earlier, but as a board member, I remember we had to get involved with situations between staff members. And Duff and Norm, you were there when we were going through some of that, but we wouldn't have known there was an issue necessarily if we weren't hearing from other staff members, you know what I mean? Like the treasurer, the public works director or whatever. So I've been pretty mindful about that, and I have no issue with any communication with staff members, especially if it's like, hey, how's it going? That kind of thing. What we should avoid is you giving direct, you know, hey, really should go fix that thing, or, you know, giving direct orders or whatnot. The other thing that could happen is, you know, how it goes, how's it going? Oh, things are so busy, and, you know, this other employee's been nagging at me. You know, you'll get a mix of responses. It's just really important. It's not your thing to fix, right? So if you ever get into those scenarios, unless you pick up on red flags, especially if it's like, yeah, Philip tells me to shut up and I can't communicate to my own staff, or, you know, you can pick up on those things and then bring those to me. But I just don't carry that burden that you have to fix somebody's busyness or whatnot. And you use your best judgment if it's something that you feel is justified to bring to me, or if it's a repeated red flag and it's clear that the administrator is not addressing some serious organizational issues, then that's where you've got the mayor pro tem, the mayor, to like, hey, I'm picking up on this. What do you think? Do we need to start looking into this, address it formally with the administrator, things like that. I just know that's come up through our history, and it's a gray area sometimes.
Does staff have expressed permission to tell us to kiss off in areas that are not a board directed comment?
Yes, but you know how it goes.
I do.
They want to look good in your eyes. They're not going to tell you to kiss off. Now, every once in a while, you'll get it.
I have one of my very favorite experiences as a board member was Emily Osborne telling me, like, that's not your job. If that's a citizen's concern, they can come to me, not you. Yeah. And I thought, wow, I didn't realize I was overstepping my bounds, but I was.
Most of the department heads are pretty good and aware of those kind of situations, but it's human nature to present yourself well in front of others, and especially the board. So, yeah.
See, and I'll go back to when I was first elected to the board, and we were accused many times of being, micromanaging, where trustees were going to the staff. Mm-hmm. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing this? That's not our job. And that ain't what we do. If you have an issue like that, that's myself, maybe Bill. That's not, go to Sean and say, hey man, how that street? I know that authority. You may mention it to Philip, say, hey, are we shorthanded, or talk to Sean. It's the way you address it. But boy, we were hammered. And there were, I will admit, there was a trustee or two out there that was very micromanaging. Very. And so it was easy to see when you had that group. And I don't see that right now. I just don't see that. It's a lot different than it was.
And I appreciate being able to go to you, Mayor, just to kind of like, I really appreciate how when I've come to you, you get right back to me about, I'm like, what is this going on? You're like, okay, this is how it works. It works, and that's where I get going directly to you. Like, it should kind of filter through Libya. Really, the mayor is great at it. So I just found that's been really positive. So.
I think what I see, and I guess it's been, I'll say COVID has really messed things up, but it's time constraints of staff and being respectful of their time and allowing, let's say you go through me and then I'll pass it on to Philip. Philip can say, yes, I have the time, or I don't, or we've already covered that, or whatever. Or I may have an answer.
Yep.
Say, hey, look here, look here, look here. And I think that's the respect, if you want to put it that way, between the board and staff, is to not overwhelm them. Because it's real easy. I mean, how many times do you talk to people and they say, hey, do this, or why aren't we doing that? And you go, well, talk to the administrator. Ooh, I just sent 10 people there. Maybe you can find out the real problem. And maybe people just want to talk. Lots of times, that's all they want to do is just talk. And so you can offset time constraints. If it's legitimate, yeah, Philip needs to know about it. He needs to know about it. But if it's just the fact that the wind blew south today and they want it to go north, it's like, you know, that's not really our job.
And it's okay to, you'll probably notice if you have a specific question, like, hey, I don't understand this in the finance report or in the budget, or hey, I noticed the stop sign's down or something like that. Absolutely, that's fine. And oftentimes I'll have a staff member actually respond to you, because I want to empower the staff too. They're the experts, right? So if it's like, hey, you know, Sean, can you get back and let them know when the stop sign's going to be back up? So sometimes that communication will flow back that way too. So.
And I also want to say, Philip, like, please, if there's ever, I think sometimes too, there's maybe times where you get peppered with a lot of stuff. Like, I know, same as you're saying, staff wants to look good in your eyes. I know you're so respectful of the board. Like, it's okay to be like, just route everything to the mayor. Like, that is totally okay. Just so you know.
Sure.
It's maybe against your nature to fix it, but it's okay, I guess.
Yeah.
And believe me, if I can't answer you, I know who can. Because well, you said it earlier when we were talking CML and DOLA and all that. I don't know everything. People ask me, what's the code on something? I'm like, I don't know the code. That's not my job.
It's like the approach. It's like,
yeah, it's, you know, you talk to the people that know it, and that's it. It's easy, really. Unfortunately, it's easy to bail and say, I don't know that. I'm not supposed to know that. We set policy.
right.
I don't know every line or every detail.
So as an example, the email that I sent to you and Philip about people in the community questioned me and about the vaccinations, if they were going to do them in the upper end of the county. Was that out of line?
Not at all.
Okay, okay.
It's a legitimate question. And you knowing that Philip and I have both been in the conversation with the county. And so, yeah, it's legitimate. It's a very legitimate question.
Excellent. Executive sessions are the last type of meeting that we'll talk about. These are very, very specific. There are very few pieces of information that you can discuss during an executive session. You have to announce in an open meeting that you are going to go into executive session with the statutory citation. 2/3 of you need to agree to go into executive session. It's not a simple majority. No formal action can take place while you're in executive session. If something is going to take place, if a formal action needs to happen once you come out of executive session, you need to do that in a public meeting. Executive session records are kept for 90 days unless you're receiving legal advice. And there's a different set of circumstances with that. So you might go into executive session for to discuss property interests, to talk to your attorney. There might be some confidential matters that need discussing that you cannot discuss in a public meeting yet. You might be negotiating on property or some other, like hiring someone that you need to discuss, and personnel matters as well. It's important to understand that if you are discussing personnel matters in executive session, the person that you're talking about has the right to be in executive session with you. They also have the right to have that topic discussed in a public meeting. So it's important for you to know that. So. All right. So types of meetings and types of actions that you take as board members. So legislative is the first type we'll talk about. So this is when you're making laws that affect the entire community. So it might be establishing an ordinance on, I don't know, dogs have to be on leashes, pick up your dog poop, whatever. So it affects everybody within the community, granted, who has a dog, but it is not one person who's the topic of this action. So it should be reflective of public policy, not restricted to an individual. This comes out of your policy document. So it might be establishing fiscal policy, enacting ordinances. So during a legislative public hearing, you are there to gather all of the information from the public, right? This is an opportunity for everyone within the community who has a vested interest in the topic that you're looking at to make their opinion and voices heard. So you as a board member are championing, yes.
Championing.
Thank you.
Championing.
Public participation, right? I know. It might need more coffee. You want everybody to participate. You are probably Duff, as the mayor, is going to be setting the stage, right? We want to hear from everybody. There might be a time limit on all of the public input you're going to be taking, but you want to make sure that you are listening to everyone, that everybody in the room has an opportunity to be heard. You're going to probably not use a lot of jargon or acronyms within the public meetings. You want to make sure it's understandable and clear. You are remaining courteous. You're listening. You're not, making a decision before the public meeting. Everybody is welcome, right? These are large community issues. You're gathering all of the information that you can before you make a decision. This is one where we'll talk about immunity and how to stay out of trouble. It may be that you are coming to the meeting knowing how you're going to vote already, right? You've already thought about this. You know you're going to vote no on this ordinance, and you'll make your decision and you'll make your reasoning known when it's that time, right? But you're going to wait until everybody has talked to you, and your face is not going to portray that you have already made a decision, right? You're not going to be sitting here like this. You're going to be actively participating in the public meeting. Okay. So see if it goes, I hit the button.
Well, at that time with other opinions, you could actually change your vote.
You could, yeah. You don't know. Yeah, something might come and you're like, I never thought about that. So
That's the hardest part. The hardest part is listening and making your point and truly understanding where other trustees are coming from.
Or the public, yeah.
During the meeting.
Yes.
It's so hard.
It's human nature to put up the wall. That's fine. You can. Okay. So the second type of action that you take as a board member is in a quasi-judicial sense. So this, you are acting as a judge, judicial. You're the judge in the matter. Generally determines the rights of an individual and not a community as a whole. So generally speaking, these are going to be variances. It's usually land use related. Somebody wants to do something to their property that's not allowed in the land use code. They're coming before you asking for permission. Just because Bill can do it at his property doesn't mean his neighbor can do it without going through the same process. Okay, so quasi-judicial decisions can turn into precedent and could then lead to potentially a legislative process if enough people kind of have to go through the same judicial, quasi-judicial process with you to get something done. We see that a lot in land use. If lots are too small when the town was platted and now people literally cannot build on this piece of property. So something like that could happen, but.
An example of that we went through was ADUs required a special use permit every time. And what we noticed over time is they all got approved. So they were going through this process that took everybody's time, and yet there was no precedent of saying no because the town desired more units. So the town changed the code to allow them in certain zones. So that's an example of quasi-judicial turning into legislative.
Awesome. So these are public hearings. They're not public meetings, right? So public hearings will be generally a bit more formal. Again, Duff is the chair. He's going to ensure that everyone understands what the rules are. If we have 3-minute limits, we're going to take all those who are in favor of the matter before us will speak first, and all those opposed will speak second, whatever it is that your rules are. We generally start this with a staff report. We want to understand where a decision like this may fall within our policies and our regulations. Again, you may think that you know how you're going to vote when you're coming in, but you must remain unbiased while evidence is being presented to you. Staying on tasks is really important. Again, this is an individual coming to you. And in these cases, we're going to talk about this, making careful motions so that both the applicant who came before you asking for your blessing and the staff understand exactly what the board decided and why. So making a careful motion is extremely important in cases like this. Again, and we'll talk about this, coming into these with not having the assumption that you know what's going to be presented or that you know how something is going to be presented to you. So just being really open-minded about it. Okay, so scenario 1. This is a kind of an opportunity for you guys to talk about things. So, okay, so I'm going to read a scenario to you. I should have probably sent this to Philip so you could have it. All right. A nonprofit shelter has held several community information sessions and fundraisers. Board members and planning commissioners have attended the events, and many were moved to provide public speeches on the importance of the shelter. Everyone was in agreement. They were all happy. It's a great thing for the community. Some of the individual city council members even donated money to the effort. A month later, an application comes in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission to rezone a residential parcel of land to industrial for the purpose of building the new facility. Most of the neighborhood came out in opposition to the rezoning. Based on the comp plan in the land use code, this was a use that was prohibited in a residential area. The Planning Commission denied the rezoning, and it was appealed to the board. 4 of the board members were on record as supporting the project at fundraising events publicly and had donated money to the building of the facility. 2 of the board members attended the nonprofit board meeting following the P&Z denial when the board discussed appealing the denial to the board. So, what's the difference between policy development, like the establishment of a new shelter, and the board members' quasi-judicial responsibility in land use? Once council members realized that rezoning was required, should they have modified their behavior? And if so, how? So we have personal, right? We have personal opinions on something that's going to happen within our community, right? We don't let those go once we're board members and elected to something. Yeah, I'm just like, I need to hear it again. I hate to. It's okay. So, as a board member, you went to a fundraiser for a shelter, right? And you gave money to an animal shelter because they need to build a new facility. they want to build the facility in a residential area and need to rezone the property to do so. The Planning and Zoning Commission denied their request to rezone the property. So now as a board member, you're on record as supporting the animal shelter. So how do you kind of differentiate between what you do as a board member and how things come before you? And at what point in the process do you need to step back and say, this might be something that I'm going to have to act on in an official capacity, so I can't do this over here?
I would assume you'd have to recuse yourself, but I guess that's the idea is, do you have to recuse yourself?
Is there some sort of a silent period? Once it's come up as something that gets scheduled with the board because the planning commission has denied it, they're recommending that we deny it. So then it comes before us at some point, but it seems like there would be a starting point there, which might be at the point that the planning commission made their opinion, where we would just have to not continue to speak out in favor or against it.
So once an application has been made to the town, right? So there might be months where, you know, the land hadn't been identified. You know, you didn't know it was going to be in a residential area, but we need shelters for the kittens, right? Like that's something that is important to you, but it could be anywhere, right?
Or it might be for people.
Or sure.
Shelter. Good.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Did it not
Sure.
say? Oh, shelter. Yeah. I thought it was animal. I don't know why. Anyhow.
Technically, like, recusing is all up to you. Like, is there any technical rule saying you have to recuse yourself over a situation?
There is a definition to it where you could potentially financially gain from a decision on that particular matter.
So like, so as an animal shelter, if you're not part of the animal shelter, if you're just donating to it, then you could theoretically.
Then it becomes ethical.
Yeah,
You know,
ethical.
and some of that unfortunately can be perception
Right.
that you have to live with. I mean, that's kind of the way you
Right.
have to sit back and go, well, you know, they're going to think what they're going to think. You know, and I look at that scenario and I guess actually maybe it's too easy for me. I can donate, but I can also turn the other cheek when it comes time to put it in front of me as a vote and say, well, yeah, I support it, but not here.
Right.
You know, if it doesn't meet the criteria, unfortunately, and I guess that works both ways for me, but I can look at it and say, no, P&Z, you're right. It doesn't work here. Some people can't do that. And then also you get that perception of, okay, you paid into it, now you're going to vote for it.
Exactly. Yep.
And that's when it becomes a problem. And I think, Libby, you brought it up. You didn't know that that's where they wanted to build when you donated. Well, that doesn't sway how you can act as a board of trustees. You can still support or not support it. You didn't know at the time. So I don't think that rules you out and pushes you away. I think that's really what it comes down to. It's really ethics. How can you look at it and say, yeah, I can honestly, and I can remember a couple times where a board member said, I am involved, but I can look at this way and I'm not going to recuse myself, because they can wash all that away and say, no, I'm going to vote what's right for the town. And so, and that's not always easy.
It isn't.
I think staff can be a help too, and protect you from those scenarios. Just think about a couple of months ago when you all joined the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. After that work session, they were hearing an application that would eventually come to you. And that's why staff made a point to say, we need the board to jump off this call now, because we don't want to put you in a position where you're participating in something that's coming, that will be coming to you. So I think staff has a role in that as well.
Sure.
Yeah, and I find that a lot is that, you know, this kind of issue would have came down, like, we would have known about this as a board, like when it was coming to the planning and zoning, and that would have been the trigger that should have been, all right, I need to like back away or recuse myself from this.
Yep.
You know, it wouldn't get to the point where it comes to the board and you're like, what do I do? Like,
And Mark is,
Surprised.
well, yeah, but
when we've asked, or the board has asked, can I attend these meetings? And Mark says, yes, but you have to be very careful. You know, because there's certain things that are going to be there, and I can't always, especially now with, you know, you're on a phone call and on your own phone, he doesn't know who it is.
Right,
You're
right.
sitting there listening to a quasi judicial matter, and it's like, whoa, you have to be able to hang up the phone.
Mhm.
You have to know that you can't sit there. Whereas before you were person to person, it was easy for him to look at you and say, I think you should leave now. It's not as easy as it used to be, but he will warn us. He does. We have something, let's say we want to attend because who knows, they're discussing something we want to hear about. And he goes, yeah, but in that meeting, we're also going to have this matter. I suggest you don't attend. And Mark's very good at that.
That's good. Your staff should be wanting to, again, keep you out of trouble, make sure that you're getting the information that you need and that everybody is getting the information at the same time. So for sure. Good. All right. Scenario number 2. A local developer brings updated plans to the staff the day before a hearing. There's tremendous pressure for the staff to allow the applicant to make last-minute changes. What should the staff do? Forward the info to Planning Commission or to you with an amended staff report the day, remember, the day before the hearing. Explain why the last-minute action is not appropriate or workable to the developer. Or explain the locally adopted process is the one that must be followed to ensure staff, referral staff and agencies and boards and commissions have sufficient time to review.
See,
Which one?
see, yeah, there should be a policy in place that, you know,
Is there?
that this is limited
Okay.
data is.
Our code.
So,
very,
again,
very
making sure
specific
that the
about defining
developers
things.
and applicants can't play the system, right? Right. And we know for developers, time is money. So if they have to put it off for 2 more weeks, staff's going to hear about the thousands of dollars
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to cost them to do that.
So are you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's why having written policies and regulations in place so that there isn't nobody can be accused of favoritism. They didn't treat me right. They don't like me, and they wouldn't let me, you know, give the board the information I want to. So having it written down, follow the rules, easier said than done, but that's why the rules are there. Okay. So effective meetings and decision-making, also known as how to stay out of trouble. So what is an effective meeting, right? It's efficient. It helps you get the information that you need so that you can make decisions. There's value in it. People are not wasting their time sitting around, not understanding why we're all here. Elements of an effective meeting, you need an effective chairperson. It's really important that whoever's running the meeting, whether it's mayor, mayor pro tem, has the authority, the respect of both the board members and the citizens to actually run the meeting. And chair people can make or break how well a meeting goes. Rules of order. So whether you use Robert's rules, Bob's rules, Jill's rules of order, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you use. What matters is that everyone understands what the rules are and that we are all using them the same way. Decision-making body needs to be effective as well. There has to be a clear record of the final decision and the deliberation that took place to get to that decision as well. So again, rules of order, whatever it's going to be, should be announced at the beginning of the meeting so that you as board members and the citizens who are there to participate understand what the rules are. Staying on topic is extremely important. It's very easy to hear a comment that somebody makes and then like track it down somewhere else. And all of a sudden we're 15 minutes later and we're like, oh crap, what were we talking about? And going back this way. So it's really important to stay on topic. One person speaking at a time. This is important. It's important now more than ever that we're on Zoom meetings and it's the Wild West out there just trying to have a good, decent meeting virtually. But also understanding who's speaking, who's making a point that might need to be part of the public record, who makes the motion. So not speaking over each other is really important for the staff to understand the direction that has been taken. So staying out of trouble means that you have the procedures that you have in place are defensible, right? So when we're talking about a land use issue that could potentially be appealed, or someone could come back and say, you know, you didn't give me a fair chance. What are the procedures that we have in place to ensure that we can say that we did? So we noticed the meeting, we gave everybody an opportunity to be heard, we presented the findings within our deliberation, within our motion, and within the public record. We made a timely decision, right? So maybe you couldn't make it at that meeting because the applicant didn't have some piece of information that you needed to make your decision, and they came back at the next meeting, and you made a decision then. So it doesn't have to be quick. It has to be timely, and it has to be complete. Complete records, clear rules. And if you can ensure that this is how you make decisions, how you run your meetings, it's much more easy for you to defend the decisions that you've made and the policies that you've put in place. So some of the common hurdles that you may run into on having defensible procedures or not being prepared when you come to the meeting. I'm assuming staff reports aren't 30 pages long. There might be something that comes before you that takes a little extra time for you to read through before a meeting. So understanding how much time you need to set aside to be prepared for the meeting. Not asking enough questions. This can sometimes go to that public meeting issue, right? Is this a stupid question? Sitting there, I'm like, oh, should I know the answer to this? Do I actually have to ask Philip what the right, code is? Should I know what that is? But part of that is being prepared, and part of that is understanding maybe the person next to me doesn't know it either. So, making sure that you're asking the questions that you need to. But on the other side of that is if you get too detail focused and lose the big picture of what it is that you're discussing, that can also be a problem within your decision-making as well. Asking for a vote of the audience is not a good idea. Remember that whole, if it's a right decision, not popular decisions are not always right. So so people voted you in, they elected you to make decisions on their behalf. And if they regret that at some point, then they can take that upon themselves. But we're not asking for their opinions during this. Showing bias before a decision is made can also be a problem. So when you are getting ready to make a motion, it's really important for you to establish the facts of your motion and the facts of your decision. So setting that first bullet, setting the legal footprint, right? Bill Johnson has come in here requesting a zone variance for his property here. Our code allows for it in these circumstances. Thus, I make a motion to approve Bill Johnson's zoning variance request. So we're using the documentation and the regulations that we have established here in town to make our decisions. And that is our legal footprint. That's what allows us to do that. And so we want to make it very clear when we are making our motions and making our decisions. Addressing standards. So burden of proof is always on the applicant. You don't have to tell them how it does or doesn't meet your standards. They need to tell you how it does. Again, you can rely on personal knowledge, but you have to make it part of the record, and we'll talk about that in just a second as well. Motions are hard sometimes. It's very easy to say, yep, I make a motion to do what Mark just said we should do. That does not help the staff. So, and it doesn't help the public understand what you just did.
Philip's always really good at that, and the tough as well. Being like, that's not what we need, or we need a little more. That's always super helpful.
Yep, yeah, so definitely say, is anyone ready to make a motion to approve the variance request before us because of blah, blah, blah? Yes, I will make that motion, fine. And then we have all of the language.
And especially obviously if there's amendments or something like that, you know, I may quiz staff, do you have that,
Right,
those amendments, you know?
sure,
Because it's hard for a trustee, and I was in the chair, to go, as amended by doing this and this and that. You know, we aren't writing it down, we're thinking through the process, and you're hearing everything, that you write it down, and sometimes Jeff will step in and go, okay, I would word it this way. You know,
Yeah.
but otherwise we're asking, okay, hopefully, you know, the town clerk has that,
and don't be afraid to ask, like,
right?
can you just read back what we just said, like, before we make a final vote, can we just ensure that, since there was a lot of discussion, that I know how we're voting? There's nothing wrong with
And I've heard it a couple times, and that's good.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to ask. I mean, that's a very good point, because nothing you say is going to be wrong.
Yeah,
It's like, wait, like,
what if you walk out of me, you're like, that's not what I thought we were gonna do, so.
or somebody else may have the same question. It's pretty simple. Somebody
Should
else.
we be specific when we're saying as amended? You know, like as amended by changing this paragraph and that one, or?
It depends, you know, and the way I look at that, it depends what, because you could have 6 amendments, you know, and you go, wait a minute, how are you going to remember to state each one of them, this
Yeah,
paragraph,
that's
this,
what
that?
I'm wondering.
And that's when I associate to town clerk or to legal, because legal oftentimes, depending what it is going to be the one making the change. And so do you have everything? And Jeff will let you know.
And then is Jeff the clerk?
Attorney.
Attorney, oh, okay. So can someone then on your staff though read back?
Oh, yeah.
So this, yeah, so then I would say, yeah. So I think if somebody reads it back, then maybe saying as amended would suffice, because you've just had it read into the record for everybody to hear what you're voting on. Does that work for you?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, you want to be comfortable and know what you're raising your hand on, for sure. Okay, scenario 3. You've been so busy you didn't get a chance to review your packet before the meeting in which a matter is coming before you that requires a vote. What should you do? Don't show up to the meeting. Contact the staff to see if there's going to be a quorum, and ask if they can give you an overview of the topic. Email other board members before the meeting to get their thoughts on how you should vote, or call the mayor to see what he thinks.
Where's
Yes.
E?
Which one, what should he be?
Yeah, where's E? Oh, just, you know, come to the
Table it.
meeting with an open mind. It's like,
Yep,
you know,
meeting, yeah, don't not show up. That
yeah.
probably isn't gonna help. So you could call Philip and say, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff here. Can you just give me an overview of what it is? Do not ask him how you should vote, what his opinion is of the matter. Just, can you quickly, I'm driving back from Denver. I will not have time to read everything. Can you just tell me what it is that we're gonna be talking about? Or you can call Duff. You can call Duff and say, I didn't have a chance to read over this. Can you give me an overview of what it is? That's okay. It's okay to call one person and get an overview of what the topic is.
I think
Yeah.
sometimes
No, go.
you don't, sometimes it's like you get into this and you learn all this information and it's almost like paralysis. I'm like, I don't know how to vote on this. I don't know. I might feel comfortable, but you almost need time to just sit on it. Is it okay to just not vote, or is that an automatic vote no?
It's not an automatic vote, no, but I don't know if there's a legal, like, I don't know if you have to legally say why you can't vote.
Or like,
I don't know.
information, is that the not enough information?
I don't think Jeff's ever said that, but you know, you can abstain,
You can,
but that is a no vote. In other words, because it isn't a yay.
Well,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Correct.
yeah.
But you can always abstain because of not enough information. You know, you could use that as your,
But would you feel like, in general, the board didn't have enough information to make a decision, or you didn't feel like you did? Because if you didn't feel like you had enough information, then, you know, do you have a responsibility to get the information so that you can make a decision?
I think just as an example to Ally, I really felt super uncomfortable and I ended up voting for it because I felt like that was, but I don't know, it wasn't something I felt like I felt comfortable voting on. And I don't know, I think it's to say like, I need more information well, what information do you need? I'm like, I don't even know what I don't know.
Okay,
It was something I felt kind of out of my depth, but,
okay.
so, anyway.
I think I would,
Staff
you
member?
know, the way I would see that, and I would, with you, I would just, and myself, I would vote no because I'm not comfortable.
Okay,
You know, I mean, that's what I would do.
okay,
Unless it was, I don't know, Norm, you've been on board a long time too, but unless there's enough to make you say yes,
it's okay. I'm saying it's like, okay.
it's
you
okay
guys-
to say no.
Okay.
And you can, and, you know, we've talked about this before as a board too, as to saying your reasoning for voting the way you voted. And I think that's okay, but I think that could really stretch a meeting too. But you could say, because I wasn't comfortable with the information presented, or something to that effect where it didn't pull you to that yay vote.
Okay.
I don't condemn anybody for voting no. It's like, you know, that's your choice, and that's why there's 6 of you to make
It's
that
important
decision
to vote no.
on anything.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what it is, or yes on anything.
or yes, yeah, to be able
Doesn't matter.
to feel that there's no outside pressure.
Yeah.
From you.
Yeah, don't think that everybody's gonna go, really, you voted no? It's like, it doesn't matter. I mean, unfortunately, that's why.
That animal
nobody calls me
shelter?
The business and ask me what I think. They already know what I'm thinking, you know.
I would add that explaining is very important
Yeah,
It can be.
for staff, because if you vote no and say, well, I don't have enough information, and let's say that that's the majority vote, which is fine in principle. But if there's no explanation of what information's missing, what should staff do next, that's a problem, because then staff is left holding this thing,
Yeah,
not knowing what to do next, guessing what information is missing, that kind of thing. So I think no vote is fine, is great, but the explanation is important. Or if the board votes no as a majority, a follow-up discussion. Okay, as the chair, okay, board, we need to give staff direction now. What do we want to do next?
Yeah.
Would be very.
And like you say, a single person, it's nice to know. But when it's a total board, it's a need to know.
Yeah.
right.
What did we miss? What did we not present?
Sure.
Or why did you think that shouldn't happen? And we may be okay with it as a staff, but why?
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, now we understand where you're coming from.
and that's why motion, especially if it's a full board vote, that motion and that fact-finding foundation is really important for staff,
Mhm.
right? Yeah.
What about somebody making a motion to table it until the next meeting so that more information can be obtained? You know, I don't have enough information tonight to feel comfortable voting on it, but I'd like to table it until the next meeting, and then people vote on that tabling, right?
Mhm.
So that you're not having to make a yes or a no decision when you really feel like you don't have enough information.
Well, and I would just say, to clarify, you could say, I want to make a motion to continue this at the next one because I feel like it's a significant topic that I need to consider longer or time to do that. Or is it because there's not enough information? If there's not enough information, then staff needs direction. What do you need?
Right.
So continuation so that you can digest it longer is fine.
Yes.
But there's a difference there between those two, so that staff knows, okay, we'll bring it back, we'll have the same material or, whatnot, or we need to bring something additional.
And that's perfectly okay, and make it date specific. And now, if you're asking for more information, I'll always give consideration to staff has to come up with more information. So if you make it date specific, do they have time to come up in 2 weeks with more information to help with the decision making? But if you're specific as to what information you need, that will help staff too.
Okay.
That can make a big difference.
There's not really a space to explain your vote. We motion second, further discussion, I guess, is where it could be put. But then we vote and move on unless there's explanation of what needs to be done next as a board. But as far as an individual board member voting no, we don't currently have a space to make a statement.
And I'm trying to remember when Mark would bring up when he would vote and he would quote comp plan and, things like that. Now, did he do that in further discussion, or did he do it before he voted or when he voted?
He did it during the discussion.
during the discussion.
When it was kind of getting to the point where trustees were kind of sharing where they're going with it, that's when he would say, or if he was making the motion is usually when that would happen.
That's usually when that would happen.
Yeah, Trustee Jenkins was very good about that.
I think, and that's a good point, Dave.
I think
That's
further
up to you
discussion
guys.
feels
When
like
do
the
you
last
want to make
time
that statement.
Yeah,
to talk about it or to make a statement. Yeah, like, because saying during the vote kind of slows things down.
Yeah, don't do it during the vote.
Yeah.
Further discussion.
Further discussion is like the point of no return on talking about that issue. And that's
and especially if you're deviating from the discussion significantly
right.
individually.
And I think that would be the time, and it's even, well, I guess it's even better now because we do a lot more roll call votes anyway. But it's like further discussion. And that's the other thing. You can second a motion and still vote against it because you can second it to get further discussion. So that you go, wait a minute, I made a motion. No, I don't agree. Further discussion, I second that. Let's talk about it some more. The motion doesn't stop the discussion.
Oh,
So
I
always
see.
keep that in the back of your mind.
Right.
It doesn't stop.
It's like, this is what this is the point that okay.
And the motion can fail by lack of second, but it's second it and say, hey, now let's talk about it some more and vote against it.
And a motion can sometimes signify that it's the board's turn to talk and the public is, thank you, they're done talking. Because once we've gone to the motion and that further discussion is the board's further discussion.
It's also a great opportunity for clarifying what the motion is. So if it's as amended, what does that exactly mean? So that's another opportunity to make sure you understand what the motion was.
Okay.
So gang, we're a little past our break time. We've got a chunk of slides to go.
We've talked a lot about them already, so we can probably cruise through ex parte and ethics because we brought them up. So,
Okay, do we want to spend another 10 minutes going through the rest of the slides and then break?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. An opponent of a project challenges a time limit demanding the full time she needs to provide her testimony. The chair should thank her and tell her her time's up, give her one more minute, or allow her to exceed her time if others in the audience give her theirs.
Oh my God.
Okay, Jeff, what would you do?
No,
That brought back a memory.
you don't have to ask me, man. You got it.
So generally speaking, you want to be consistent, right? So thank her for her time. Your 3 minutes is up. If you do give her one more minute, you have to give everybody else one more minute too. So consistency. Okay.
Real quick on that one, just because public hearing is different than public comment.
Yes.
Public
Oh,
comment, we set the rules in the agenda. You have 3 minutes. The board has no obligation to respond to you. It's a policy written into every agenda. Public hearing, I think Jeff has clarified to us before, you really can't cut somebody off. Now, if you have 150 people in there, because we're talking about marijuana again, I think the chair can say, all right, to make this work, we will limit everybody to a certain period of time, and then you're consistent.
And it was easy when we were person face to face, you could see the list.
Yeah.
We have 50 people going, let me see, if I let them all ramble, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
And we've done that before, and we've had people ask, can I have their minutes, and I'll give him mine, and you just have to draw the line. But like you say, public hearing is a different thing.
For sure.
Not the same thing.
All right, so we're just going to talk about, we've touched on this and we're not going to dwell on it, but if you have questions. So ex parte communication is defined as any written or oral communication that's initiated outside of a regularly noticed public hearing between you as an elected official, someone who's making a decision, and one or more of the parties, but not everybody, who's going to be coming before you with a subject, right? And they are coming to you because they want to influence how you are going to make your decision, what decision you're going to make. That's ex parte communication. That's why we talked about that one-on-one communication with a constituent. You have to be really careful. Like, do they just want to talk to you because they want to tell you what a great job you're doing and they want to buy you a cup of coffee? Fine. If they want to talk to you because I'm a neighbor of Bill's and Bill's coming to you and I'm pretty pissy about his fence, then that's a different conversation.
And they want to buy you coffee.
And they want to buy you coffee and talk about Bill. So, to preserve public confidence in our processes, that's why we don't partake in ex parte communication. We want the public to know that we are making decisions based on information that we have all heard and that you don't have insider information, right? This is a republic, it's a transparent process that we go through. And so I'm not using what I know to make a decision. So it is super easy in small towns for ex parte communication to accidentally happen right at the grocery store. You're picking up your lunch and somebody just wants to talk to you super fast. I can't come to the meeting on Monday night, but I just want to let you know what I think about what you guys are going to be talking about so that you know what I think. So what do? You stop them. I totally get, we are all really busy. You can't come on Monday night because you have another board meeting. And so I can't let you tell me what you want to tell me, because if you tell me what you want to tell me, I can't vote on it. And if I can't vote on what it is that's coming before us, I can't do my job, okay? So I really appreciate it. I want to do my job for you, so I can't let you talk to me. If there might be a process for them to email staff, Philip can read it into the record, then that person's voice has been heard even though they haven't been at the meeting. So if that happens to you, you get to the board meeting. I just want to let you know, I saw Sally at the grocery store while I was picking up my lunch. She started to talk to me about this that is coming before us. I stopped her. I do not feel like I need to recuse myself because we did not talk about anything. But if somebody else saw me, that's what happened, okay?
I think we need to have that section at every meeting.
Here's the list of people that.
Yeah, I know.
About whatever topic.
I hope I'm not using the real names.
Yeah, I think in those situations, I think it's important to remind the citizen that we work as a
team
and as a board, and that it's not just me or just Dave or just Amy or just Cindy, that, and to tell them that they can email or
yeah, for sure,
something. Yeah, so.
Conflicts of interest. All right, so a conflict might occur if you are a member of the governing body and you have personal or private interest in something that's coming before you. Doesn't mean you're interested in it. It means that you're probably going to financially gain because of something that's coming before you. So if that is the case, you need to disclose that conflict, and it's okay. It's okay if you have a conflict. It's a small town. Something is bound to happen where you are going to have to recuse yourself. It's an ethical obligation for you to do that. You will abstain from voting, and you will not sit here and give anybody the stink eye who might be voting in opposition to what you will be doing, right? So you might have to leave the room. You might have to, go somewhere else while that voting is taking place. It's okay to have an opinion. You all have thoughts and opinions when you're coming into something, but if you act on that for personal gain against public interest, that's when you have a conflict. Okay. So this in blue, right? It's sole opinion. If you believe you have a conflict of interest, then you should be recusing yourself. Let's see here. If someone, I don't know if this has ever happened, if a member of the community has accused you of having a conflict of interest, your attorney can give you advice. Again, you may not like it, but if your attorney says to you, sorry, Devin, I believe that legally you have a conflict, he probably isn't going to apologize for it. You have a conflict of interest. I am advising you not to vote on this matter. Take his advice, even if you don't agree with it.
It's not possible.
Okay, so after hearing, a planning commissioner member decides they want to come to you to represent the minority opinion because they were on the minority side. Planning commissioner member does not give up their right to testify as a citizen. It might be helpful for you to hear their perspective and benefit from her insights and experience. It will be divisive to allow the, quote, losing side of the planning commissioner vote to essentially appeal their decision to the town board directly. If the board remands the decision back to the planning commission to reconsider the proposal in light of new information. This planning commissioner member would not be allowed to hear the matter because they're engaged in ex parte communication. Anybody feeling anything there?
It's a good question, and I don't know at all.
So B and C are the two correct answers. So B mostly for the politics of looking at a matter, and we went back. That rule about respecting the majority decision isn't just for you, it's also for planning commission. We've made a collective decision as a body and we're moving forward. So it can make things very dysfunctional between you as a board and the planning commission if that happens. Also, the planning commissioner would have to recuse herself from discussing if it comes back to the planning commission because she's set herself up in a way that the other commissioners did not.
Quick question. Go ahead.
But you're saying she could testify as a private citizen? She doesn't give up her right to testify as a citizen.
That's not the right answer. A isn't right. A
is not the right answer.
Right. She is a private citizen, but she is a planning commission member, and she would be coming to you as a planning commissioner member.
Do we think the same thing applies to advisory boards?
I don't know, but that's my opinion. No.
Because they don't actually make decisions.
Right.
They're not.
Advisory only.
They are.
And
So it's a planning commission. They're advisory.
But planning commission is statutory.
Right.
True.
And so in my opinion, that's what separates the two. An advisory group is just that, an advisory group. And so that's my opinion, but that's how I divide them. Advisory is advisory.
So here's where I see an issue, because we've had it in the past, where an advisory board will make a motion. In their setting, they will say, here's what the majority is recommending to the board. And one person who didn't agree with that will come to the board of trustees and say, well, here's why the rest of them were idiots. And then when we talk you into going against that recommendation, it puts the board in an interesting situation. So that's why I was curious if we think this applies to advisory as well. It's still advice, you're right, it's advisory.
They can say something like a planning commissioner could do it. Would they be removed from their commission if they did this?
I think that's the board's call of whether you feel like that crossed a line. It's the board's authority to remove people from those boards.
And yeah, they are appointed by the board.
Yeah.
But you don't feel that would be necessary for advisory, but yes to commission. Is that what you guys are saying?
Okay, say that again.
So this, for an advisory board, we would not, they have more leniency, they have more latitude?
I think they're acting as, they're a citizens group.
Okay.
That's the way I interpret an advisory board. They're more of a citizens group. They're representing their, how do I want to put this? Their interests.
Okay.
They're interested in recreation. So they're representing that as an advisory group, the airport, recreation, whatever it is. Whereas planning commission is, this is defined, this is what you're doing. And that's no different than, I think we'll go back to one of the first slides we were on. We're always board members. I'm always the mayor when I'm walking down the street. So what I do is interpreted as the board, as the mayor. Doesn't matter what I do. I'm always interpreted that way. And so you have to be careful how you do things. Planning commission, advisory, to me, that's a totally different deal. Totally different deal.
I think everybody's on the same page. All right, skip 6, 7. If you think a board member has a conflict, what do you do? Talk with them before the hearing. Set up an informal meeting with other people so you can tell them why you think it's conflict. Talk to staff for guidance, or raise your concern during the public meeting.
Could it be,
I say like A or C.
Yes, there's, yep.
Or,
And remember, staff could also be your legal. It doesn't have to be Philip. It would be, obviously, should be Philip. Yep. But don't do it in a public meeting. That's not.
Come on.
That one's like about reset. Eyes on you, exactly. It's reset.
Your foot is in there.
Make millions off of this deal.
An applicant claims one of the board members has a conflict of interest because he always votes no on her project. She states that the board member should not vote on this project because of the appearance of a conflict and the importance of due process. Is this really a conflict? I don't know why it's true or false. I think I missed something here. Anyhow, yeah, I know.
I would sit down and have coffee with that person.
Does the board member have to recuse themselves?
No.
Okay.
No, if you just don't like somebody, vote no on their stuff.
Right, right. But what's important here is, well, see, what's important here is somebody perceives that you don't like them. So something has happened that there's an automatic distrust of the decision that the board is going to make. And they bring it up in a public meeting. And so how did that, where did that perception come from? There's a perception of bias already on the board that needs to be addressed. Okay. All right, we're going to skip. These are in here. You guys can talk about them because I know we're rolling out of time here. We've talked about ethics. You are a public employee. Philip's a public employee. You hold an office of public trust. Colorado Revised Statute is very clear on how you need to conduct yourself. We're not going to read through all of these because you have them in your book, but just remember that it's an important part of our statute. Again, local government immunity, we talked about a little bit. You have immunity when you're doing your job. You do not have immunity when you are doing Philip's job. So understanding what your responsibilities are is extremely important. How do you lose your immunity? Prejudging a matter, engaging in ex parte communication, acting beyond the scope of your authority, ignoring or going against publicly given legal advice, all ways that you can lose your immunity. Amendment 41 states that you cannot accept any gifts. I think $61 is the new amount. It might have gone up. It started at 52, I think. And your policy book says that as well. You do not accept personal gifts. If you're going to speak at a conference and every speaker gets a little goodie bag with a coffee mug and a bar of chocolate, that's fine. You can keep that. Everybody got it, right? It's if you get something individually for doing something. So working together as a town board, we've talked about this a little bit already. Value each other, respect each other. You're all here to move the community forward. You may come about it in a different way, but you all want to be positive ambassadors for your town, and you want to see Buena Vista be successful. So treat each other with that same, that's what they're doing as well. You guys may not do it, may not see it the same way, but be respectful of each other. Come to the meetings well prepared. Be thoughtful in how you're speaking in the time that you're giving to certain topics, and be respectful. So that's that. Sorry.
Very good.
It's good. I think it's good to have the conversation. So I think it's really helpful to have. Okay, thank you. So you can keep that, and if you want to talk about those later. That's my information. You're more than welcome to contact me if you'd like. I generally work through Philip because but I live in Slide. I'm right down the road. So seriously, if something comes up and you want to talk to me, I'm more than welcome to.
The one thing I wanted to throw out, and this has been my experience, more often than not, the person that wants to exercise that ex parte contact is somebody who knows better. They've been on a board. They are public. And you go, wait a minute, man, I can't listen to you or talk to you about this. And they're going to be the first one to walk up to you and say, hey, I want to talk about so-and-so, or I want to do this. You go, wait a minute. Yeah. you know the rules.
Oh, it does.
And those are the ones that always catch me, and I know I make them mad, but it's like, no, but wait. And it's like, wow, that's the one that surprises me. And I think I'll take that back to the old boy, the good old boy, good old boy. They're always going to reach out to you because they can reach out to you.
The JS clause?
Yeah.
I could use maybe not during this meeting, but maybe I could follow up with someone, just the ex parte, and just maybe I might go through some examples. Because I'm like, I can't talk to anyone at any time now. And that I don't know if that's right either. Like anytime someone brings something up to me, I'm so afraid of this. But they're like, but dude, I think I have a right to tell you my feelings on it or my opinion. So I think that's where I'd like to just make sure I'm all right.
Sure. Okay.
Listen to the public, but not put the board at risk.
I think you draw a pretty definitive line if it's an
Quasi-judicial.
quasi-judicial versus a legislative.
Or business items. So that's the thing, is even like a public hearing versus, which is quasi-judicial. So I think it's like under business items.
Yeah.
Is it all the business items?
No.
Should I assume? Okay.
No. So yeah, because it is a gray area too.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm not.
I think about one of our previous conversations talking about an annexation potential, and there was like well, let me go reach out to this person.
Yep.
That came to mind too. And it's like, well, is there any harm with that? Probably not, except
Right.
that will likely come to you
Yep.
as a huge quasi-judicial matter. And so it is important that you stay out of those things, but how do you stay informed? So yeah, I think we could talk a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe
And the
another.
worst part about that is that person not knowing is going to say, well, Amy and I talked a week ago
Yep.
Yeah.
in the meeting, and you go, oh, no.
Yeah.
Here we go. Just like that, all of
Yep.
a sudden it becomes public information, and it wasn't intended to be anything other than, where are you going to move that pile of dirt? That's all.
Right.
It wasn't anything, but
And that was totally right. Like that makes sense. So that's why it was good. It kind of brought up, but it's also hard too when I feel like I'm making sure we do hear from, how do you hear from that person to make sure you have a full understanding? That's kind of where I was struggling with that. It's like, am I going to make decisions without having enough information? But I'm glad that happened, because that was obviously the right, it's 100% proper.
And I like the way Christie put it, you're the judge. That changed the whole aspect of what you call quasi-judicial. You're the judge. And you go, oh, wait a minute, that changes things. You're the judge. You're listening to facts.
Yeah.
You're listening to facts. Not,
Well, just think about, Amy, if you need the information to make a decision, maybe he does too. So does everybody get to sit down and have a one-on-one with this person to get that information versus coming to the meeting to share it with everyone at the same time?
Exactly.
I don't know what the topic is that you guys are talking about, but
Well, it
that's-
comes up, right? It's all the time.
Yeah.
And so that's where a public hearing, that's the whole point. Everybody, it's on record, everybody hears it at the same time. Everybody's able to process and make a decision off the same information. And that's why it's set up that way. But how do you educate yourself on maybe at a policy level on such matters ahead of time? And I think that's where, before it becomes a quasi-judicial matter, especially if it's legislative, hey, these are the areas I would like for us to spend more time on before we make a decision. That's another way to, together as a board.
Yeah, and I always, like I said earlier, I always try to reaffirm that I, remind the person I don't speak for the board. If they want to know my opinion, I'll say, this is my personal opinion, not the opinion of the board. And, you always refer them to the proper channels. Like, if you're really passionate about this, you should come to this meeting and speak during public comment, and I can inform you on how to do that. But, and which I've done before to help the public be a part of this process. But also to not corner me, but also to bring all the information to all the board. And I think that's just super important.
Cool. Let's take a break.
Break.
Okay.
What do you think? 10 minute?
Sure.
you're running it.
All right, 10-minute break.
Okay, so I got into Zoom. What do you want me to do?
Did you, you're in.
Thank you. I have a question.
It's an attendee. Well, it's Christie.
So I can share my screen and we're gonna.
That's beyond my pay grade. There will be one. How it gets there, I have
I thought they would put it there to go down, and now it looks like they're gonna have to.
Something that you.
I don't, somebody.
Say again.
What do you want me to use? Do you want me just to do a blank sheet of paper?
You can do a blank. You're gonna have
I'm curious, because
the other material reference.
Yeah.
going up and up.
They moved one,
You can,
I don't know where it started, somewhere on Main Street. They moved one into our location now.
you can have a blank, just so that as we're taking notes.
Big safe. But there will be a walk-in vault.
The alarm and all that.
Yeah.
Sure, but I'm just curious.
I don't know. There's no like.
If that's not gonna be big, it's gonna be heavy. I just been kind of watching the process over there, and I thought, what the hell is involved?
Isn't it gonna be hilarious if it doesn't fit through the door?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I have to ask, yeah, that, smarter minds than I are figuring that out.
You put a vault there and build the bank around it, or you?
I think that's how they used to do it.
Vault in, or?
I
I
don't
was
know.
always curious.
They got 4 walls and a roof, so it's, we're gonna have to make a big hole if they had.
How many square feet's gonna be in there, do you know?
It's not huge. I wanna say, like 2,300, 2,600, something like that. It's not
Really?
giant. Then there's a little 600-foot retail spot that fronts Main Street. The entrance to the bank is actually gonna be off of Court Street.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully it'll start drawing business off of Main Street. I'm anxious to see what it's gonna do, with the new properties over on Arizona or whatever that is, Pine Street. I'm excited to see Main Street expand just beyond those 3 blocks,
Right.
running east-west and move a little north-south.
They got any midsummer completion date or something
They're
like
saying
that?
June, so September,
Oh, cool.
given the time frame or everything that's going on.
And the other thing I thought, that if it's a commercial building, why didn't they use metal studs?
I don't know. I don't.
That- I don't know, that's just one of those things, just watching it go on.
Yeah. Dieselin was they were the architects, but they were the process builders, so I'm assuming.
How many?
It says community center in June, but on the agenda that I sent.
And then I saw your deal when I wigged out, I'm going, wait a minute, we're at lunch.
Right. You're like, I was in the food, wait a minute.
So I thought, well, what the heck, I'll just throw that out there.
I knew that's why you did that.
Like I say, because of my negligence, nobody else.
I don't know.
Are you gonna miss the old days?
Was that?
Are you going to snowboard?
Yeah, finally this week,
I am.
I threw up
Yeah.
my back one a few weeks
I've
ago.
enjoyed making it work.
Oh, okay.
Getting something for my fridge. Just like bend down, it's like. Well, I think it was changing the light bulb in my camper. I was like, I'm gonna do a back bend to change this camper.
Is that one of those where you kind of get stuck, like?
Yeah. I think it was just later on.
I'm still curious about the.
But yeah, I finally figured it out. But yeah, it brings like.
I may be able to find out right now.
Nice, it's just been eating that since I worked over there.
I'm gonna text the boss right now and see if I can get this all.
Say you're wrong.
Yeah. Not a whole lot. We got, it's funny, we got the kids Cooper passes.
It's awesome.
And so we've just been kind of doing buddy passes off of those when we go. We've been cross-country skiing a lot this year.
So that's like good. Nice starting out.
We've gone around
Some of your days off.
here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're
Christian
just
stuff,
over your days
Cleveland
off.
Peaks Campground.
Innovating all day.
It has. We do the rec program on Fridays.
So nice
Work
to
the
come
kids,
in.
just the
It's
kids.
awesome.
So that gets us out a little bit.
Yeah.
It is.
I've been just like, but I was only working.
Okay. You were doing weekends? You were doing weekends?
Yeah. Go back. Because they're redoing the schedule.
Literally runs around. Well, that's good.
Well, if we go back next weekend, I'm also gonna be working at Blackboro Bikes. It was. Yeah, they're gonna be later.
It works Saturday nights. She goes there.
It's definitely.
They were good. I figured that they were good to be there.
Yeah, but they were just like.
Why did they leave?
His girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
I think I know long distance thing, and he decided he was ready to.
Yeah, I didn't get into my story.
Amanda is a teacher and has a kid, wants us to like, you know, like, wants to go work out. Summer, and the manager.
As they come down,
And she teaches as well.
Well, she wasn't teaching, but she has a 5-year-old kid.
And
And like the kid would cry when they go to work. She there from like 10 a.m. to like 9. That's hard. Because, you know, 6 days a week in summer and work.
and they go like.
I was like, yeah, you shouldn't be here. They expect too much out of managers.
I know.
Yeah, it's not.
That's what we never do.
That doesn't sound like a equation to keep people very long.
You know, I like to turn it a little more before I work. But I think it's cool. You know, he's up in his tower in Oregon doing whatever he does.
Yeah, I get that.
No.
Like I said, you don't mind, I've been out there, it's so much fun.
That's what.
Okay, who wants to talk about?
We didn't get.
Who was?
House Rock.
House Rock, Turtle. You know Turtle? Ken Cook?
No, I just believe in.
First year.
Oh, yeah. Well, they haven't been open for a month.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you should yell at them.
I've tried.
I know it's that too. I'm like, yeah, no one's doing the sidewalk now, apparently.
I don't enjoy it.
Yeah, they're redoing the floors.
I think some Wahoo.
Yeah, there was like a flooding issue and everything, like old tiles that curled up. So it's an older, you know, it looks nice inside, but it's definitely an older building. No, this is like the 3rd floor. No, it's just a normal renovation. But you know how those things go. It's like, oh, it's gonna take a couple weeks. Oh, it's a month. Oh, it's actually more than a month. Well, I was supposed to go back to work this weekend, so I was gonna get this date covered, but I was like, it's another week. So.
I've actually been doing a little experimenting.
Yeah, I just do bartending. I'm gonna be working at the new bike shop.
I know what we need.
With some
We need a
bartending.
auger, we need a pump, we need a snow blower, and we need to like.
It makes it fun. I like to do all the exciting things on the weekdays when everyone else is there.
Their season is
Snowboarding,
really
biking, camping.
done. Their season's really short because the sun, you know, so
No,
once
it's 10 degrees, yeah.
Or cotton.
We should get some coffee sometime or something, Norm. I feel like
I'd
you're a little bit of mystery.
I had started too late this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you work at school, right? Yeah.
End of summer, just get a 6-pack and head down to the beach
Keep going for the county.
and figure out how we're gonna do this.
Is that where you do it, or is that your son's?
Oh, wait till.
Oh, really?
You know, just gathering a crew to talk about how.
Yeah, right by Domino's.
I've been working there for 2.5 years.
It works.
Closed every weekend.
Cross country track, you know, that bike track that goes up and around the camp.
I work there.
It could be really cool winter playground, job, so
I got 4 hours at night because we were.
you can do it in the summer.
Yeah.
I'm there, and I realize we gotta drive 20 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah.
Made me feel lazy.
Yeah. That, we increased traffic, this kid's farm.
That's the sketchiest sign.
There's been snow and broken collarbones.
Everyone who goes up here, right, passage is like, yeah.
Gotta go hurt yourself.
Awesome park is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's.
I've heard good things about them.
We gotta let it go.
Two TVs out there.
Oh, that is- that's sorry, over there.
Oh, yeah, just hang out.
The one that.
Yeah.
Two
Well, that's the
down.
thing. Yeah, who knows, maybe like kind of like hanging out at the bike shop, so maybe it'll turn into a bigger thing, you know, like being there.
Good stuff.
I think I lived here.
Did that, okay.
You know,
I haven't done it in so long, I was like, oh my God, that went too long. That went longer. Okay, good.
Definitely hit the points there.
Okay. So we won't do this, we'll just.
Rocking and rolling.
Yeah. I'm gonna adjust a little.
Yeah, I went here yesterday, I figured I should.
So
And,
once we
it's getting
switch
pretty
off
shaggy.
of
It's been
Zoom,
a couple months.
I eat pizza during the meeting. It like gets
Yeah.
me through. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I get back in person because
If
my
you go up to
profile,
lunch,
whenever you see my profile
I like-
picture, I'm
there's-
eating
There's
pizza.
pizza going
I'm
on.
eating pizza.
he does
You
that.
go to meetings. There's nothing wrong with that.
Lots right here, just.
shave your neck with a razor.
Big old cheese by,
Heck yeah. Like
Well,
fondue.
here, I feel like I have to wait like months. I have to, like, I used to go to Bailey, but she's like a month out.
I need to remember, I'm sharing
Within a
my.
month,
Yeah,
out of my town.
some guy in Jackie was doing
Hey.
managed haircuts.
it works.
Oh, yeah, there's another
I'm
barber.
glad it works.
Yeah.
You know, finding a barber is like.
My cat is going to his,
The cat's gotta come.
my cat loves watching.
It's one
Barber
thing
from
from
home,
home.
like 10 until
Just a minute into the, it's,
Kind of like wean us off Zoom.
Yeah, he
You can bring your cat.
Wait till I went home today.
watches the screen better than I do. It's like, come on, Nick, get out of here.
It's like a contentious issue.
I've gotten a little more relaxed about it.
it is a nice break.
Because I have hair.
Like, it's embarrassing.
That's awesome.
Oh, so
As long as you don't put a cat
No.
on you, I think that's fine.
All right, let's see, Norm, there's Norm. All right, I'm gonna just start talking, how's that? So
Awesome.
we're gonna move into the collective vision statement part. But before we move into that, real quick, just as a point of reference, I think Christy did an outstanding job working with us in our board policy document and tying that into our presentation. That document is in the book that you have. It's something that we implemented 4 or 5 years ago. We spent a little bit of time updating it last year. And it's something that we give to new board members. It's not something we revisit all that much. So if
That's
it's,
that big brown folder that,
we was in that before, right?
Okay.
It's in this, it's also.
But now
in
it's a
this as
lot-
well.
nice.
We follow it pretty well, just as a point of reference. It outlines how agendas are set, what our roles, responsibilities are. But I think it is something as administrator and staff, we should revisit, every once in a while, just to make sure this is still jive with everything we feel. Those types of things don't change all that often. But it is a good point of reference. So just know that it's there. It's there to reference, and if the board wants to revisit it, we can do that. So moving into a review of our collective vision statement. For time, we're not going to read through this word for word, but I will mention a few things. So the first page, this is always or always has been a two-page document. So the first one is the collective vision. And this is something that has been in place since the 2008 comp plan. And we've revisited it in our annual meetings. And every once in a while we adjust a word or two, but there haven't been any significant changes to this. And so the first page that talks about a combination of things of community character, community spirit, community appearance, services, environment, and economy. That's a very, very overarching view of our busy little crazy eclectic town, right? It doesn't mean that town is taking responsibility for every single one of these things, but it's just an overarching, how do we view things and how do we want to, reference back what we say we want our town to be. The second page is zeroing in on our town government and kind of saying, okay, well, how do we want to view our role in that whole collective vision? And so we've referred to those as key outcome areas. You could also call them strategic objectives, but these are the ones that we go into and say, okay, we've got an economic one, an infrastructure. I remember we added infrastructure because we viewed our responsibilities. No one else takes care of our infrastructure, so it should be in there. Same thing with water. That was kind of added as well. It's like, hey, nobody else is looking out for our water. We need to make sure that's a key outcome area. So unless you all want to, I wasn't planning on reading this word for word so that we have some opportunities to talk about goal setting, but are there any questions or suggestions to dive into any one of these and maybe look at the wording?
I think we're good.
Okay. Everybody else feel pretty comfortable with this? Okay. And again, this is, when we talk about, in Christie's presentation, she mentioned that, as board members, you're really trying to look at the bigger picture. This is intended to help look at the bigger picture because topics will overlap in these things, but you can always reflect back on this when making decisions too. Is something contradicting some of this or not? We've mentioned Mark Jenkins. He would reference this and or the comp plan. This is also embedded in the comp plan too. All right, so cool. Then let me reference in your booklet, and then we'll kind of get into talking about some goal setting. But in your book, there's this, I renamed it Strategic Planning, kind of Vista projects and plans as of today, with a big caveat on top. Note that future years are not set in stone, are subject to board direction, staff capacity, funding, and other dependencies. So I took this past week and I updated 2021, and then on the second page is really kind of where you can use it as a point of reference. Things that I've placed in 2022 and future years, and that is can be a combination of things. One, so for instance, starting over on the left under economic vitality in 2022, we have an election, a normal regular election coming up April 2022. So I put in there board discussion. Is there any ballot issues or tax questions that the board wants to start working toward? So you'll see things like a board discussion as a, hey, something's going on or is coming up that may need to be talked about and may result in further actions or goals. There's also things in here that are specific projects that are tied to something already in the works. But just know that this is not set in stone, and obviously we'll go through the budgeting process for 2022. What I think we would like to achieve in this next little section of our agenda is talking about, are there any goals that the board wants to establish for these key outcome areas? And when Christy and I were kind of brainstorming how we do this, we kind of said, well, maybe we try to limit this to, at the most, one goal per outcome area. Because an observation I had from last year's advance meeting was we looked at the projects. Basically, the board said, oh, we like all that. We want to do all that. And hey, we want to do a lot more. And I was like, wow, that's very tactical and that's a lot of stuff. I'd much rather say, hey, here's a goal we would like to achieve in 2022 so that I can think about it with my staff and preload the budget aimed at some of that stuff. So you can use this as a point of reference, kind of thinking about what do we already have in play. But we're not tied to this specifically. It's really for your reference. Let me see here. So Christy's got her screen up here. She's going to take some notes so that you can kind of see up on this computer.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do flip charts.
Screen on the right.
My handwriting's correct.
And she'll help try to capture this, but usually you start talking, try to get at a high level, like either what's going well, but where do we see issues or opportunities tying back to these key outcome areas? Christy, do you want to?
Just remember your policy and direction focused. Goals are not projects. Okay, we're not here to talk about specific projects necessarily. if there are certain things in the work that will lead us to achieve a goal that we've identified, that's great. But if we're thinking about increasing affordable housing within the community, that's a goal. We want to increase the number of rental and home ownership opportunities within Buena Vista. That's great. That's a goal that we can work towards. How might we do that? And Philip can be thinking about partnerships that we have with CHAFA or the Chiefy Housing Authority or things, development that might be coming in. But our goal as a board is to find new opportunities for citizens. So, and you don't actually have control over who's going to build something here. So, so you don't want to, I guess, paint yourself in a corner of saying, you know, we want to, one of our goals is to have an apartment complex over here. No, that you have no control over that. So let's think about what our vision is for the community as a whole. I think is how we want to look at it.
I think under environment, I think the biggest goal should be reducing what we put in the landfill, which sounds like that's kind of what's happening here. And then something maybe offering, and I don't know if this is too much in the means, but offering recycling in town would kind of be part of that. But I don't know if that's too much in the means.
And I would, and if it's okay, let's just kind of chew on things and say, okay, that's too tactical, or that's too high level, or
just got to get it out there.
So, okay. So for instance, with that one, what I would be comfortable with is if for the board to say, hey, under environment, it's important for us to have a plan and a strategy for our landfill, right? In conjunction with the county and other municipalities that are contributing to that. If you wanted to also have a goal of let's have recycling in town, that might be too, I don't know.
We'll put it down here.
Yeah, we can capture that.
Landfill strategy is the way to go.
Yeah.
It's like, how much are we putting in? What should we put in? Like
right,
that.
because that might dictate what options there are, additional options there are for recycling. So if you start with that, maybe.
Okay, that sounds great.
Does the board discussion garner waste diversion cover that?
So and it's okay. So it does. It does. That's absolutely the project that's already underway, that we've partnered with the county. The county's using Garna as the arm to do the study. So there's a project underway, and that's but it's okay for the board right now to say, yes, that's a goal for 2022, because now I know we can keep pursuing that direction. Or if it's like, no, we don't feel like PD needs to participate in that, then I can take that too. So, but yes, Mayor, that is exactly what that item is in 2022.
Well, the increased recycling options, waste management has put out, you can get a recycle container that they'll pick up every 2 weeks now. And it seems like they're doing their part to alleviate some of the overburden out at the recycling center. So that, I see that as a cool thing that they've done.
See, I think Chafee's doing that too, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Waste, that's the one I got.
Yeah.
I don't know if waste management is thinking along that lines or not, but it's sure helping, not only saving fuel and overburden out at the recycling center that they've done this. So that's a step in a recycling option.
In 2023, there's going to be a single-use plastic ban initiated at the state level. That just came up. I don't know if you need to start to plan for that next year. It came up.
That will be a state restriction on
mandate.
producers or sellers or some, we don't know yet.
Single-use plastic.
Okay.
And I know it's far off, but that's just came up.
Yeah, okay, all right. So anything, since we're in environment, are there other, again, this is just capacity, right? So we could probably list 5 goals for environment, but then when you step back and you start looking at all these other things, like we only have so much capacity. So How does everybody feel with that kind of goal for environment in 2022?
It's realistic. It's something that you can make happen.
Right.
Realistic.
Does that make sense?
And we're working on the darker skies too with the lighting,
We are.
so.
We are.
What about, on your strategic listing, you've got water conservation code requirements. Could we have a goal of pursuing water conservation?
Yes, we could. Yes, I'd be comfortable with that because we're going in that direction.
Is that
so.
underwater or environment? 'Cause
Let's,
everything underwater has been, looks like infrastructure at the moment.
yeah, let's have that under environment.
Philip, to your knowledge, has the county said anything about a time frame where we may outgrow the current dump?
In general terms, it's 100-year capacity and we're probably have about 80 years left on that, give or take.
But we have to be good stewards.
Oh, yeah.
And that extended time has shortened. I think that's what came up in the last discussion I was with. It was going to be X amount of time, now it's down to this because of so much impact. But then that's why they got the grinder, to try to minimize the size of the waste going into the pit. So.
Again, so we play a role in that. We don't own it, but we play a role in that. And so that's why I think that goal is pretty sound. I think the mindset there is that can fluctuate, but how hard is it going to be to put another landfill in this county? That's the thing that's like that would be extremely difficult. So.
And I think, and this is what that Garner study hopefully will show us too, is that the impact that we're talking about is not just us. Obviously, we can do our part, but if the county isn't involved, right, that's like the United States not having any pollution, but China does. How much impact can we really affect as a small town? Yes, we have an effect, but we need the county involved, and that's going to be a total plan that's going to have to come down. That's why we're involved with recycling with the county, with the Tri-City, all that kind of good stuff.
Okay, so and then I think Christie cut the water conservation part of it.
Did we start?
So is the goal to complete what's the goal?
That's a good question.
I wrote down water conservation planning just to capture it. What's the goal for this board in that process? Why are you doing it?
Because we're
Personally, I would
out of
think,
water.
yeah,
Okay.
it's to preserve the water.
So is it a municipal level goal? An education of citizens? Like what do you want?
Preserve and expand and to have water for our citizens for generations.
I don't know if this would go underwater or infrastructure, but I am concerned about our unaccounted water. When we're conserving on water, need more water rights, okay, that unaccounted water should count for something. I mean, if we're losing water, is it because we have old infrastructure that we should be replacing? Or I think we need to dig for that. I think it's important.
I agree with you.
Well, like Ivy League is what you're talking about? Like Ivy League is
Well,
what you're talking about, like our unaccounted water?
Inclusive.
Right.
I would call that inclusive. They would be included in that
yes,
comment.
yes. they would
Ivy
be
League's
that.
laws, but also the town laws.
Right.
I think is the way, I think that's what, so what you're kind of saying, that would be a priority that we'd want to put in here as we're talking. Is that correct, Philip? That's kind of what
I'm trying to think of how to tie, because what I would say is your goal, if you can expand water conservation, and maybe this is the further definition of it, but staff would say, okay, if water conservation is important to you, water loss is a key component of it.
Yes.
Our code in dealing with development and water lawns is another component of that. So these are ways that we would bring forward of achieving a goal for water conservation. That's how I see it.
Subcategories,
Yeah.
if you want to put it that way.
So we're,
And then would you pick one of those as being the priority this year? Is that how you're kind of putting it, Philip, in that respect?
yeah.
Instead of taking them all and say, hey, we're gonna do it all, just like you said, we're gonna do it all. Well, wait a minute, we need to narrow that down to what's the understanding of water usage and loss? What is really, how can we address that? I mean, is that what you're trying to narrow it down?
Yeah, and it's fine. I mean, it's fine for the board to go ahead and list things that you're seeing that would contribute to that goal. That's fine. That helps even more. But again, going back to if we bring forward something in the 2022 budget and it includes some of these, perhaps, is that going to meet the goal, I guess? Because I think that was Christie's question. What do we feel like the goal for 2022 is? That's a tough one.
Should we figure out a measurable, like number of gallons per person? Is that too?
I think that gets too,
Yeah, that's too.
because there are so many things that go into it, right? Do you have an infrastructure? Is there I&I? Are there I&I issues in your water system that it's not the individual who's not conserving, it's actually a town problem because the pipes are broken. And so water is leaking out from pipes. So I mean, there's just a lot of things that go along with it. So that's what, it's a big topic. So in 2022 is the goal of the board to understand measurable, steps that we can take to begin implementing water conservation in the town? Or, is the goal to have everything, done by then? So I think that's water conservation planning is huge. Like, does everybody have a meter? Are they smart meters? Do people know if something's leaking, if the toilet's broken? Like, there are so many things that go along with it that having water conservation as a goal, we just need to think about it a little bit.
And it's assuming that 2021 is the code part, right?
Our intent was to basically identify these kind of items in our water master plan that we're doing this year.
Okay.
So it's staff's level of what do we see, whether it's water loss or water consumption by our residents or any number of things.
So that water master plan is happening right
It's
now.
happening this year.
Water loss is a bigger topic, I think, than even conservation of, personal use of water. That maybe we could put some sort of outside additional effort into finding those leaks, wherever they are.
So maybe,
We're losing so much of our water.
so maybe the goal in 2022 is identification of priorities from the water master plan that will lead to conservation work.
Yeah, that's true. If it's, why are we focusing on making sure every house has a low water head fixture? Is that what you mean? Almost like a triage of sorts, like figuring?
The water master plan, Philip, is this year?
Yes.
Okay, and so we'll have results of that.
Yes.
Then in 2022, as Christy was saying, you could take what they identify and pick something for 2022
Yes.
to address. As Libby's saying, do we consider loss the biggest priority? Do we fully fund? We have our own equipment now to find leaks. And we didn't used to. So do we actually hire somebody to come in and find leaks? If that's what the problem is. Identify where that loss is going, make that a high priority. Education can fall in there somewhere, but it's not what's the impact? I think that's what I'm looking for. What's going to get us the impact? We need identity first, the plan, then we can address next step. I think that's what I'm looking for.
I think also too, sorry,
I think as a town, it would be hard to tell people how they have to conserve on water and what to do when we have the significant loss that's unaccounted for, and as a town, we're not doing anything about it, but this is what you need to do as an individual. Well, I feel it is critical for us to do our part, and how much, I know that we always need to be looking for obtaining water rights, but we have to be very responsible with the water rights that we have.
Maybe figuring out, like, I think you guys are like, where is the majority of the water? Like, how do we know to say no more lawns if we don't actually know how much lawns burn through our water? Like, is there a value in that? Or like, how much would low head fixtures save water in the big scope of things? Like, do you think would anyone think that would be helpful to figure out first? Is that even possible to find that information, right?
I feel like those are more like specific things. I think that's definitely possible. I'm just trying to think of how to phrase that into a broader.
Is that part of the scope of the water usage study?
The water master plan.
Water master plan.
Yes, we were looking at taking some from because the state has put together some good conservation language.
Oh, okay.
We were looking at putting that into the master plan. But since we haven't started that process, we could say, okay, it's important to the board that we kind of hone in on some actionable items without going too far, because I struggle with the same thing. I always struggled with people complaining about, we don't need trees, they take water. And I'm like, there's an irrigation ditch up the valley here that takes millions of gallons, and our trees in our town will never come close to using that much. But we're talking about trees and nobody's talking about that irrigation ditch. So I struggle with something like that, of like, we're talking about restricting people's use on certain things, but we don't know how that stacks up in the bigger scope of water. So I see what you're saying there, but maybe we say, all right, as a goal, we would like to see water conservation steps in 2022, and we will use our master plan effort this year to maybe help identify some action items that are attainable for us.
Yeah,
That sounds great.
And I think a good way to put that, low-hanging fruit. What's the low-hanging fruit? To narrow down each little square of property that we're watering, or a great big loss.
I think it's the loss.
Yeah. Where is the return on investment first?
Unless the loss really isn't one source, it's a million little sources. You know, that's where it would become difficult and expensive to track it all down. If it's leaking all over the whole system.
And maybe with the master
Leaking all over the whole system, it needs to be addressed, because your little leaks are going to become bigger leaks eventually.
And our staff has a pretty good approach to that. They're very proactive with leak detection in town. Ivy League has been something that's been neglected because it was a very poor agreement from the get-go. So I think we could also, with the master planning, have a better idea of what's an acceptable and normal rate of loss too.
Right.
yeah.
Because there will always be some loss. Are we
Exactly.
way off from that or not? So we could
Exactly.
Go from 24 down to 10, and you say, that's good.
Right.
It would be almost like going and finding new water rights, equivalent
Yes.
to 10% or something.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of other things, understanding usage and loss is going to be huge to figure out
Where's it going?
where's it going and what can we do about it
Yeah.
later
What do
on.
we have control over, what we don't?
Okay. All right, let's keep moving.
Does that answer that?
Yeah.
Good.
And I moved it to water, right? It started in environment under conservation. Is the water?
Let's put it
the
on water.
one?
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense.
I like darker skies. Do we lose our one option, or one outcome for? Kid, what you said about darker skies, Devin, I don't.
We're already like working on that. It's already happening, right?
It's like the light on build it and
Yeah.
that we were all supposed to look at, yeah.
Tell everyone when I go by there, I'm like, look at this light. How great it is. They're like, it is great.
And they look at you and go, what?
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm always riding my bike around.
But what's the implementation?
And I went out when it wasn't working. I was like, well, it's dark.
Yeah, it's super dark. It's great.
That is a,
Got
Um,
environment and
so-
water.
so under environment, so in 2021, we're establishing a street lighting plan with Sangre de Cristo. The goal there is to conserve energy and reduce light pollution.
And where was that one under?
That's under environment and
Environment.
2021.
Okay, so that means we have environment and water done? As one for each one?
And of course, as you all know, our other stuff still continues, even though we're setting one goal per thing,
Yeah.
right? Because-
What? Everything keeps going.
So, kind of, I'm not sure if it's how relevant it is, but the franchise agreement with Sangre de Cristo and Explore Renewable Energy seem to be really, really linked and really, really technical and really, really complicated and really, really political. Is what we have in there sufficient? I mean, I don't even understand and I serve on both boards, but the franchise agreement with Sangre de Cristo is a monstrous undertaking.
So for reference, that's under community. I'm glad you brought that up. That's why I stuck it in there. Because the franchise agreement renewed in 2022, right? So it's a 25-year agreement typically. But it's something we're starting on this year, but it is a big thing that could have political implications depending on what we all feel is important in that relationship going forward. So I didn't see the renewable thing. Oh, board discussion. So that was one thing that got on here at some point. That's why I put board discussion, because I'm like, I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I don't even know what that means. Is that rooftop solar? Is that, micro hydro? And what is that?
Well, I'm gonna say backslash, cost savings. So in other words, it's not necessarily renewable, but it's backslash cost savings. So it could be renewable and yet discussion of cost savings like LED lighting, those kind of things is the way I interpret it. Rather than taking it, yeah, what are we gonna do?
Right.
Are we gonna put a solar panel here and run town hall? Or are we
Or are we gonna push Sangre to allow more rooftop solar than they currently do?
Or maybe they cut us a deal.
Right.
You know what I'm saying,
Right,
right?
right,
Yeah, what I see what you're saying, yeah. I think it's just discussion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Dave Volpe, correct me on this, so the majority of electricity is coal-fired. If you pay extra, you can buy solar power. So like our business, we are now only have green electricity. We pay more, it's substantially more, but ultimately it's not coal-fired, right? Isn't it like?
Well, it's gonna get us in.
That's different.
A big rabbit hole, but I mean, an electron is an electron. It doesn't know where it came from. But you are subsidizing like the Trout Creek Solar, that I do the same. And I believe in that we need more development like that. So essentially our extra dollars are going to subsidize non-coal, non-dispatchable energy sources.
I mean, couldn't we just do that? And
Could I pull that back and say
Yeah.
that's the discussion?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the discussion we're gonna talk about in 2020.
At a 2021.
Okay, we talk about it in 12, okay, yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
That would
Sure.
be the discussion, rather than right here and now.
Okay.
That's a
Got it.
discussion. Okay.
Let's put a solar farm out here in Taylor property.
Oh, because they want to, let them put it up.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing. Put a solar
Okay,
farm out there.
plant that seed, Phil.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a good thing to know, like, because we can get dragged into any number of, because we've been approached like, hey, town, let's put solar on all our town facilities. We were this close to bringing that forward to you all for consideration, but it was like, well, wait a minute. This just originated out of nowhere and there's been no context to it. So anyway.
without direction by board.
Right.
To say, let's pursue something.
Pursue that.
The discussion that you're talking about, Amy, let's pursue this. Well, you know, it's pretty easy. Come on, I just forwarded something to Grant that I got, that there's 240 short-term rentals. And I'm going, really?
So crazy.
Pretty cool. Here, Grant, I want you to laugh at this too. It's a company that wants our business.
Yeah, it's sales pitches.
Yeah, that's their sell ticket is you know, and so, yeah, you guys see so much stuff. It's like, whoa.
So we will hold that discussion until next year.
And this happens starting after this budget season. So we're talking about it now, so then you have time to think about it this year and how to start enacting it.
Okay, right, had to put it in the budget, got it for 22.
Yeah, so unless you set something as a goal, other than the normal business as usual, our projects we already have going.
Okay.
Unless you set it as a goal, town's not gonna prepare for it in the budget.
Got it.
If that makes sense.
Yep. Economic vitality.
What a beast.
Yep.
It's the hardest one.
All right, well, so Philip's already discussed April 1st election, 2022, the potential for tax initiatives.
In the fall only.
No, we in our regular elections, April
Okay.
of the even years, we can put any ballot measure on there.
But it's under economic vitality.
Mhm. It doesn't have to be.
I think it should be under that and the facilities under infrastructure. Doesn't matter.
It could. And it's not, this is a tough one because it takes a lot of lead time to talk about any kind of question like that.
Oh, yeah.
And it could be for any number of things.
Okay.
Right now, staff has the direction where we're not actually looking at any kind of tax increase for our facility plan. So that we're not operating with a, hey, we're going to have this question on the 22 ballot, but there might be other things. Nothing comes to mind, but.
And nothing for next fall's ballot, is that decided?
It's not decided at all. So one of the things you'll see in this year, 21, is staff will be bringing under community, the first one, police station and town hall facility plan for funding and timing. We will be bringing that forward to make sure you're comfortable with that approach this year. And one of the things you could say is, we're not comfortable with that proposal. We think we need another revenue source through a tax question, as an example.
Okay.
Then that's like, okay, then we need to start working on what that looks like in 22. In 21, I also added in, you'll see under economic vitality, discuss strategic planning goals with EDC. One, they reached out to us with that offer. We talked about that at the last board meeting a little bit. Two, the countywide group that's been meeting on the pandemic is now starting to shift the discussion towards recovery. What does our economy look like coming out of the pandemic? So, and I think it came to us in some of the thoughts about this meeting is leveraging our partnerships for different things. And so that's, EDC is an obvious one to me, but so that's in there for this year. But anyway, so I'll be quiet. I mean, any other thoughts for 22 or a goal?
From a downtown core perspective, I think I've brought up design a couple times, but what do we want our downtown to look like? And that might be in the UDC, but so much of development on East Main Street is going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. So many of those lots have been sold. I think, is that a goal to figure out what we want our town to look like? Do you guys think that is relevant? When a developer, I mean, we've had one drive-through. I'm not to, do we want multiple drive-throughs? Like, is that, are we protected? Is that what we want? Like, how do angled versus parallel parking. Like, I wonder, is that worth exploring?
To me, that gets into something that we talked about in the beginning, the role of government. I mean, is development of a marketplace or a feel of a marketplace our spot, or should that be Main Streets, the business owners directing their spot? I'm not sure where that boundary lies, and I don't know if maybe I'm off topic again, but I feel like that's bordering on, is that really what our job is? And
Go ahead. Is that kind of the guidelines from the historic preservation that you're going for?
That ends before this development, I believe. I don't think those would.
I think what you guys are kind of saying is like, is it our job to be, we want to block off the street and have a pedestrian mall and put like a fountain and a water slide in there, but.
Water slide.
Yeah. But is it our job to say that, or is it the job of the business on Main Street to come to us and be like, this is what we want? And then I think it's
your job to set up, to determine the vision you want for the community and set the guidelines that will allow someone to do that if that's what you want.
Right.
So if your land use code allows for a water slide and a pedestrian part, whatever, then yeah, you are setting the stage for private business to come in and do something, but you have to allow for it first, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I just, to tie that, it is our role in that we have the code that says what you can and can't do in that zone. So in that respect, it is the town's role. Where specific pieces go, that's the private sector, right? You're bringing up, should we talk about it? That would be, should we revisit it or change it, in my mind? Because it is already set. We already know what it looks like. We already know as it progresses what it's going to look like. So that's already set. It's already in the code. It's already in our, plan for this. So if it needs to be revisited or changed, I think that would be the question if the board wants to do that. That's because.
See, and I agree totally, and I take that in continuation with what Cindy said. Here's what we just decided. Now, are we going to add on to that, or are we going to change it?
Right.
And that's what you're saying. Here's what the code said. This is what we just adopted. That's not what we want? Well, then we need to change it.
Right.
So are drive-throughs still allowed? Could we put 3 drive-throughs here?
Drive-through from Main Street?
Yeah, it's like.
No, you cannot drive through on Main Street.
But the bank that just went in,
It's not on Main Street, it's on Court.
Okay.
And that was an interesting one, right? Because they came in pushing pretty hard, saying, we don't want to do this. It's like, our code has certain restrictions. We worked with them in the gray area of the code because the code didn't say you can't do that from Court Street. It said you can't do that from Main Street.
And then
we adjusted our code to be more specific because we were kind of caught in it doesn't really say yes or no in particular cases. So the board can look at our side streets and start defining that too. But in terms of Main Street, you cannot drive in and out of a lot from Main Street.
And that would have to be a decision there again by the board, P&Z study, whatever, to say, yeah, let's allow it.
Well, I think.
That's where that conversation would have to go. And I know no, I'm not going to go there. That's too deep. That's in the discussion.
Yeah.
Go there.
I think it would be I think this is what it comes down to. I do think the town should look a certain way.
Well, that's what we have in the UDC.
But I think the UDC, you could follow the UDC and it still may not achieve our vision.
But that's what the historic decision just was. The town's going to look this way. That's what we're intending on Main Street.
But does it apply to new construction as well as renovation?
It's just in that.
Or is it just
I don't think it goes
renovation?
past.
It's for both.
Okay.
It's for both, but it's guidelines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
at this point, it's guidelines.
Right.
So that might be an issue of how do we move forward from the guidelines to make them into standards that could come up in 2022.
Isn't that the next step?
That was the board direction coming out of that, was coming back with the HPC to see how things are going with it. And do we need to move things to code from guidelines?
Is that, well, obviously that's the logical next step.
Let me just say this. I mean, if the board wants to reevaluate that and say, we want to move these guidelines to code, there's a huge public involvement process that will consume a lot of time. It might be very important to do, but that's not a minor 1 or 2 meeting thing. That's a lot of public meetings.
A lot of public.
People can build single story in those lots though, right? I feel like we should have, it should be city block on this main street. I really feel, and I think that's how it's supposed to be. And I'm just concerned it's going to be all single stories. And maybe that is right, but I think we need to decide on that because once it's built, it's built. You know?
Single stories where?
Up and down Main Street. You know, for all the blocks that are going to be developed from here to, you know, La Vesta.
You mean after the 3-story building, putting in one?
Correct. Like, should we have some say in that, I think?
That says there can only be single story?
What happens if there is only single story? What happens if when someone builds, they just do single story or?
Why would they do that? I mean,
I don't know, but that's what, I'm just wondering what's our role in that? Because what happens, if, you know, I'm just not, I question what's our role in that? I'm very concerned about the development on Main Street and not having a vision of what we want, what is the ideal. But also too, Dave Volpe makes a good point. It's like, is it our job? But
I would have to, I don't know, I would have to dig in somebody's head and say, why would I build single story when I can do 3 on the same piece of property? I'm gonna pay $1 million for this piece of property, but I'm only gonna go this side.
now keep in mind that I believe the HPC is 2 stories. I think we should have an opportunity for 3.
once you get
But
east of Court, then I think it's 3.
But if we adopt those guidelines for all of here, it would only be 2. And I'm wondering if it's best to, what do we want it to look like? I think that's kind of what it comes down to.
That'd have to be a different discussion then, because you were talking single story. What if everybody comes in and builds single story? And now you're talking, what if they all decide to do 2 story? And I think it should be 3.
What happens if they want to do 3, but they can't? You know, like this is.
So what you're saying, we just need a discussion. Best way to put it. Is what you're.
And I think this goes back to what do we want? Like, why would we engage? To what ends do we want to engage a designer, right? A downtown urban designer. Is this do we need that to answer this question? But I don't know. I feel like we're at a dead end here. So how do you think we should? I guess that's my concern is it's so critical the way East Main Street is developed. That would be that's my concern, is the lack of vision.
What if, just brainstorming.
Yep.
What if we choose this as a work session topic? And
Okay.
what I would like to do is maybe have staff present to you what's in our code.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I whenever this conversation comes up, somebody could build a glass building with a bunch of ugly. No, you can't.
You can't.
You can't do that.
Can't do that.
These crazy scenarios. You can't.
Yeah.
The mass and stuff like that.
Okay.
There's language in there. So maybe before trying to say yes or no, we do anything with this, you can have a work session and we could talk about, here's what the UDC actually says.
Okay.
And then see if the board wants to take action.
That sounds great.
Okay.
Okay, so a goal for economic vitality in 2022.
I think should we start to update the comp plan, or could that cover that?
I think the 2 that are on there are great, because they're going to tie up a bunch of time. Tax initiative and continued planning for town-owned properties.
I think economic vitality is environment, which I honestly, I wonder if we should just defer it. I know that's weird, but I feel like I should know this, right? I'm a business owner. What is the role?
Yeah.
Role.
Well, it's year-round, economy has been goal that we've talked about here for a long time.
Do you see any implications from COVID around economic?
I'm lost now. Which page are we on? We're on 2022, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, just talking economic vitality. Like, are there any other aspects to it?
Yeah, with COVID, we saw a huge influx of people wanting to come here because we were, not a city where to escape from larger populated areas and to recreate. But that's something we've always kind of talked about for years, is expanding our draw of tourism year round and support for the community. And there's things that are happening like, the farm thing they're doing. What's that called?
The factory.
Yeah, Fading West Factory. And just finding other ways to support people, like I work in a restaurant and I work super hard for like a few months. And now I'm not working very much. So, it's just finding ways to support our economy.
So with me on that, just trying to think policy level.
Right.
So we used to say, we desperately need people here. Let's use special events. Let's not sell out, but let's go for it. Let's everybody come on. And then we got a ton of special events, and then we started, our shoulder season started to grow and all of that. And then we started noticing in the last couple of years, like, wait a minute, we're killing ourselves on these special events and our infrastructure is straining in these peak times. So we've had discussions like, okay, how do we start to say no or yes, but if you do it at a different time? And then we got through a COVID year without special events. And we had plenty of people here.
Yeah.
So and then kind of talking about the recovery coming out of COVID, is there anything that the board sees as a goal of, like, I don't know, further developing policy on special events, or I don't know.
Doesn't that seem like a data-driven decision that we're not having? We're not extracting data from who's coming here, when, why, what does a special event do? We're not measuring the impacts of stuff, that decisions we've made.
Well, we've seen data in terms of sales tax. In a year, we had 0 events.
Right. But, okay, just to interject, and this came from DOLA. She basically said the reason you saw that is $600 a week unemployment. We were very high unemployment here. So a bunch of people had money here to spend, and we're close to the Front Range, everybody came here. So that skewed those numbers. Is it sustainable? No. That will not happen again, because that money's going away and those people are going back to work. They're still going to come here, but not in those mass numbers. And if you talk to, actually, Kevin will be at our meeting. He said they devastated our mountains. All of those people coming here. We don't expect to see that again. So that's the recovery that I think the county is talking about, is, okay, here's what we saw. What will we do now? Because that's not going to happen again. And DOLA highly said that is not going to happen again, because that money runs out. So we got lucky and maintained that sales tax. So now it's kind of like you're saying, okay, it's data driven. Because actually we were going to not have one weekend, we said in the summer, and we said, no, nothing this weekend, so everybody can breathe. We decided that. And so that's because we got to a position, and you could see our shoulder season was out here. Now what's the change? And maybe that's what Amy's talking about. What's our economic drive? One thing that is so hard, everybody looks to the town to bring in new business.
Correct. I don't agree with that.
Well, how do we do that? How do we do that? And so
We can
Affordable housing.
economic development that everybody talks about, and I go, well, what else? Now what? I guess is the next step.
I think I think we may be more diversified than we thought because of telecommuters. That was super helpful from that findings. Remote sellers, diversified. The brick and mortars, I don't know. I think the idea is to bring more either tourists or Fading West or telecommuters in, because that's what fuels brick and mortars. I think in-town camping, I don't know if that's under recreation, if that's something that can be considered as another economic vitality component. And then I think affordable housing is, of course, probably under economic vitality, but I don't know,
Yeah,
EDC, look for EDC's help.
and supporting the workforce, it's all, like everything's connected. It's supporting the workforce of the people who are working here in the summer, Probably about half the people, a large percentage of people in the service industry live in campers in this town because that's the only option. So those are things that we can think about when it's just, talk about.
The way I see that conversation right there, it all could fall under continued planning for town parcel properties.
Yeah.
In 2022. What are we going to do with those properties?
And then,
Will that be, could we look at that for camping in town? Could we look at that for more affordable housing? Or, you know what I'm seeing? That's that, to me, that's that discussion. That's what I see when I see that. What are we going to do with town-owned properties? What are our options? What makes the best bang for the buck? Economic vitality. See? Camping. I see that being still in that category. I think that's the discussion that I see there, the planning.
Right.
can possibly, is there any value to listening, finding some sort of public outreach process to hear from our businesses, or should that be delegated to EDC? Is there a value to that? Because what's the point of attracting new business if we're losing our current business? Does anyone think there's a value there?
Say attracting new business?
Like how are our current businesses doing? If the community vision is supporting new and existing business, is there a value in assessing how our existing businesses, what they think? Is there a survey? Is there outreach? Is there a value in that to help us? Because I'm lost and I feel like I should know. I mean, is there a value in that?
I'm wondering where it's going to come from, is my first thought.
Chamber,
Might come from the chamber.
some organization that is not us.
EDC.
Yeah.
No, but they're the ones that are going to have to bring us the information that you're failing or you're not.
Figure out.
Yeah.
Quit.
Ski area. Cottonwood.
Business checkup, I guess, is maybe something I would think of, but just hear how businesses are doing, what's working, what's not working. Maybe that will help guide us.
Yeah, so maybe 22 is trying to find some balance between the businesses and people who are here and what they need and how we're bringing tourists or new businesses into the community, because there's going to be a give and take, right? If you have more people coming in, maybe then they're using up your short-term rentals and it's driving up the cost for people to actually purchase something here. And maybe 2020 showed us that it may have been a pandemic and there were extenuating circumstances, but there were opportunities that the town had to increase sales tax, to engage with locals in ways that were different from normal years because of what was happening. So maybe instead of trying to focus on just bringing people in, we are kind of at an equilibrium now where there's more of an opportunity to make sure that we are reaching out to businesses who are here, understanding their needs. And I don't know, I'm listening to what you guys are saying as tactical points and what is your overarching issue.
Yeah, I think another thing is that, this year is going to be a year where we figure out where we come out on the other end of this, on the whole COVID thing. Are we going to get totally inundated because everyone's going to get vaccinated and want to go everywhere and come here? Or are we going to get abandoned because everyone's going to Spain or something?
Right.
But I think that's the big thing, is that the next few years are really going to see where actually are we in all of this? Where is our economy? What are people doing?
Yeah.
Where are they going? I think it's still a lot of unknown.
It's starting to come together in my head a little bit. I like the idea of the balance. I like also, don't forget, we've got partners like Chafee Common Ground, who's coming to you more about, hey, there's mitigation to do with fire. There's also all these recreation impacts and things like that. So, you know, maybe it's a combination, I don't know how to turn it in a goal yet, but maybe it's a combination of check in on existing businesses and we can leverage the chamber, maybe EDC on that.
What is that coalition that was formed by?
That's it. It's EDC and
EDC coalition.
chambers and Salida Business Council, whatever we call it, coalition. But it's also continuing to partner. Like, are we going to proactively say, hey, we want to be a part of the findings from Common Ground, the Chafee Common Ground, and we're going to support those as they come forward? Because those are the mitigations to the impacts we're seeing on what our economy depends on, and that's visitors. I don't know.
Okay.
What'd you come up with?
I don't know. I have a half of a sentence.
Okay.
We might need to take a lunch break, so.
Yeah.
Just put economic vitality
So-
question mark?
I also wonder if it's like, is there anything as part of a town culture we can do to make businesses feel welcome? Is there anything we're not doing? Is there any opportunities there? I gotta be honest, without affordable housing, it's so hard. It's such, kind of like
Is the Main
like
Street
that's the greatest thing. we
board
can
not a thing anymore? Is that over?
do. Is it?
Main Street board.
Town was
That was,
carrying it.
Yeah, I
think
think just to state it, because I firmly believe in it, town should not carry forward those types of things. The business community needs to be the ones to come together and either establish it themselves or establish it and say, hey, there's options through DOLA or whatever. Can the town partner with us on that? But the
Right.
town carrying forward those types of things.
yeah, exactly.
Can we cultivate a culture that, because that used to exist and I just don't see it anymore. And I wonder about that.
And you say we as town government, can we cultivate
yeah.
that culture?
Is there a way to just make people feel like, because again, the Main Street program, it seems like there's just not much grassroots when you say the businesses come together.
Why is that?
I don't know.
I don't think that's on us. I think that's.
Yeah, and that's what
That's
Phil
on
was
the
saying, and that's what
businesses.
we decided when we said, you know, we're not gonna carry this anymore, it's taking too much staff time. And the fruits were not happening. And a part of that, I guess, from what we could see, and of course I wasn't involved in it, but there wasn't a whole lot of common direction with even the Main Street people. There was a lot of conflict, and we were getting it from our staff.
Mhm.
And so that's why we said, no, you know, you're supposed to, and actually when we set it up, they were supposed to take over in 2 years, 3 years. They were gonna fund themselves, and
Yeah.
nothing ever stepped forward, and we said, okay, we're done.
But I
Town's not gonna carry it.
yeah, I totally see that. I'm just wondering if even if there's nothing to do but a self-reflection of, like, I've been part of Salida Business Alliance, and there's just so many active people involved.
So, hey, you need the Buena Vista Business Alliance,
Right.
not Buena Vista Town Alliance, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder why we don't.
Talk to, who is it, Dave Blazer, aren't they, or the Chamber of Commerce? They would be the ones that would be that alliance.
It's an I don't disagree. It's a different feeling than it was 7 years ago. I know you would probably agree too. It's that it's a different vibe right now. And I don't know, I can't pinpoint
And
it.
I'm not saying it's like town do
Yeah.
something. I'm just wondering, is there something?
Yeah.
But I also respect it 100%. Like, the town cannot, I'm a firm believer of that. Like, the town can't, there should really be that separation, right?
And it's something that's authentic too, you know,
Like, people want to be involved. Why aren't people feeling more involved?
I think part of that comes with somebody has to step forward from the business community and make it happen.
Yeah.
I really think that's where it's got to come from.
I think if any business owners were to step forward, maybe is just super encouraging of that, maybe. I'm not saying that isn't what's happening, but I just wonder if there's barriers there that are, maybe we can just be aware of it. You know,
maybe that's something the chamber does through a survey.
I'm
Thanks,
thinking,
surveying, just.
I'm thinking what was decided is it wasn't town, so it's not our economic vitality. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Isn't that what we were talking about? We just kind of said, well, it's not town's responsibility, it's the business community.
But it's our value. I think if the
But
people
it's
value
not
it.
our- How is that? Okay, you're gonna, now it is our responsibility, is what you're saying. See, those are some statements that
Yeah.
I've always questioned in certain parts of this statement is, this is what we vision, not what we do. And that's, Philip said that straight out from the beginning. We envision this for our town. That doesn't mean that we are going to build the school. That doesn't mean we're going to build the hospital. That doesn't mean we're going to guarantee my business to be successful. That's up to me.
Yep.
And that's what we're saying here. This is what we envision. Why isn't it working? I don't know. As a business owner on Main Street, I would suppose you would step forward and try to grasp the other people and say, what are we doing wrong? What can we do? That's what I would envision. And in my opinion, and this is what I always felt was wrong anyway, it's the whole town, not just Main Street. And that's the umbrella term, the whole town. It's not just, and that's the way a lot of directions have always gone, is it's always Main Street, East Main. And I go, well, there's a highway corridor. There's West Main.
And I consider downtown core all of like the highway.
That's the way I see it. So that's what I see. And I think it's up to the business owners to do it. Leadville has a business group. Slide does.
Well, you think
Backtracking 7 or 8 years ago, the business owners on Main Street started meeting just because we didn't like the street lamps. They were all different and we wanted to get them to be the same. And then that conversation started and it spun off into the downtown, whatever the DCI study and the little group that we championed for a couple of years. The business community didn't continue that, so we dissolved it. I mean, I think that what I'm trying to say is town was listening and receptive and heard the business community and facilitated something. But again, we can't keep championing it. We need to set boundaries of what, we'll listen, we'll hear, but we can't lead the discussion of what.
That's where you set the groundwork to let people succeed, right? Your policies, your land use code allows people to do what they need to be successful. You have to allow it to happen.
Yeah.
How about we
Yes.
let's grab our lunch, sitting over there. Like a 10 minute, or a little 10 or 12:30 maybe? Sure. And we can eat and continue, does that sound good?
Yeah, we can continue
Yeah,
on.
now we're talking about this.
As long as Christy can eat and talk, I mean, we're in business.
I haven't been the one talking, so you guys are doing an excellent job.
Oh, it'll be Philip. Okay, no. Hey, did you get you found your name? What did you get?
So do you and your business
I
have
know,
a
but like,
relationship with the
You got, when you
chamber?
get the.
We have in the past. We are a member of the Salida Business Alliance, which has been the most effective for us. We did this.
Yeah,
And
and
we're back.
was it during their uproar or?
No, I think from the beginning on. Yeah, I think.
What do you like?
Yeah, I think it's okay, and I actually just met with us about things. We definitely want to give it another turn, but for us, we found it wasn't very, Slide Business Alliance is very effective, especially through COVID. and it's
Yeah,
been
I know
very
that
effective.
it sounds as if.
Chamber is hard to
But
get more,
I know.
value in it, it's hard to say that we felt wasn't doing a great job. Turned back from it, and I know there's, but I have to say, like, if you look at.
Sounded like we were
the
flirting with-
situation, on the board of the
Twice, maybe, but yeah, not too. She's not. They were supposed to.
Hey, I would love for the town state.
I feel like there's a breakdown.
No more auto repair shop.
But
It's
Right.
not.
Yes, your grandfather.
Right. Or to say different percentage needs to shut off.
You could start a, Vista.
We have a basketball court.
There.
Everybody
I find I get everything
said, hey, I gotta go home.
the Salida business. I don't
In the court.
there needs to be one.
Maybe.
I do.
Game went away.
It would be great if when policy decisions are made,
Not my fault.
it was an entity
You guys didn't.
came up and was like, hey, so premises extension.
Ball's still there, the court's still there.
Like it works really well.
And there's a problem like.
Other communities now.
Oh, yeah. Whatever, that's something we can.
And ground rules. You decided.
So would they be willing
So I go, well, how can I?
here and deal with us?
Do that.
No, I think if there was enough members.
Touched on it. It's employees.
Yeah.
Huh?
You ask any business here, what's the problem?
You can't, yeah, you can't
get
work.
Employees.
And that's a lot of the businesses supply housing. That's what House Rock does.
That's it.
And that's super helpful for them, but
Yeah, but not everybody can.
not everyone can do that. Not everyone has properties and.
But that is the problem when you look at it. So it backs down to housing. I agree.
I think
But
transportation's a big thing too.
big thing too. I see it's not, when we say you make it easy for people to live here, it isn't one thing.
No,
It is not just.
and it's all, it's transportation, it's affordable housing, it's
Affordable housing.
cost of living, it's pay, it's
Everything,
I watched,
like, consistent work. It's,
especially for the seasonal.
and
And that's why that broad, and Philip, it's real easy to see on the graph. God, I remember when we first were on the board and you would look at sales tax and it just went straight up, straight down.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't go anywhere. And now it's like, wow.
people are here right now. They're walking by. They're definitely not from here.
Jeff, I agree, it's affordable housing. If we're gonna do one thing.
No, it's not just housing. Though. It's not just, it's pay. I mean, how much you pay? How much you need? If you aren't willing to pay to have an employee, keep the employee. Well, whose fault is that?
But I think,
Pay more.
look at what average pay was, say 10 years ago, what average pay is now. It probably has grown.
Not much. Not much.
Not enough.
Not
But well, when you look at a housing price has over doubled. Well, that's the thing is 30, when we started, we're like, cool, we'll have someone make 38 grand a year. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to have an, well, 38, they're making, we had to then make, they have to make 60 grand a year, which was 38 to have the same level of living. And you're like, well, how can a business that is, in the winter is what crushes the business. And just from what I've seen, very anecdotal. This winter has been easier because there's so few businesses, but the winters really, I've watched, that's what's burned. That's what I've seen burned.
I think, to me, it's attitude. And we moved here, and I guarantee it ain't much different. My wife was getting $15 an hour to work at real estate office doing front-end work. Go see what it is now. And they said, that's what you give up to live here. Bull. You don't give up wage to live here. That's the.
Yeah, and that's been a really intense, I don't know, common thread in the worker community is like, it's like, it's not like you have a job. It's like, I'm giving you this and you should feel lucky that you even have anything at all kind of mentality. And, I have no prospect of buying a house in this town whatsoever. And I make more money now as a bartender and server than I've ever had in my life. Can't buy a house here.
what about the farm? Does that not work for you? Like
But the farm,
Safety Housing Trust?
I could. I haven't looked into it a lot, but the farm isn't, it's not great. I don't want that.
People want the land.
How would you want?
Yeah, I don't want a house with mismatched walls and I don't want to be packed in with people. I want to have a small, tiny house with a tiny amount of land is fine for me. But, that's $400,000 right now.
Thank you.
Use a means to an end though. I mean, you gotta start somewhere.
I appreciate hearing that from
No,
a young
no.
person because
Left
Marcus
turn.
is telling me that the younger people don't want yards. They like the farm community and it's like, some do, some don't.
Yeah, I think it's just like preference. It's nice, it's an option because.
It's nice to have it as an option, but it's not what the world's coming to.
Who get priced out of renting, and, you know, the Katrina cottages are like $1,200 or something a month, and they don't heat and super expensive, and that's what you get when there isn't anything else. So it's definitely a thing, and I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for the future and how long I can be here. So
Seriously, I've seen some kids working at Loaf and Jug have great jobs to stay here, and I go, why are you here? Why are you struggling? And they were paying, there were 4 of them living in a trailer. And it was $1,200 a month. A trailer. I mean, are you kidding me? It's, I don't know, it's just not easy on getting started.
no, and you just, you know, I've talked to a lot of people about this, and you know, there's been many times where I've been like, all right, well, this is the time I'm done here. and everyone in the working service industry community here is like, there's always at some point where you're like, all right, well, this is it. And then either door opens or you move on. And, you know, I've been lucky that I've been here 6 years, and I've always had a door open when another one closes, so. And who knows, maybe tomorrow all my doors will close and I'll burn some things down and get run out of town. But
Devin, it's so hard to hear because you're such an important part of the community. And if you're feeling that way, the people that aren't as rooted, you know.
yeah, it's hard to become rooted here, super hard. And I moved here 6 years ago, almost. And I didn't know I was gonna be here for longer than a few months or a year. I never thought about buying a house, and wish I had. But it's okay. I thought I was gonna get rich on GameStop, so I didn't get rich on GameStop, apparently.
You got north, been here forever, and you go, you're right. Because things are.
Yeah, and it talks about,
And it was.
I went to a diversity discussion. You were at that one with Wendell. It was so good. But, you know, diversity isn't, because we want young families, right? That's part of the collective vision statement. But, right, you know, it's not, when we talk about diversity, I always think about race or religion. But socioeconomic is also diverse, right? And I think right now,
1,600 square.
this is a really awesome place if you're wealthy, you know, and that's what it's become, is like families are living here, but it's like there's people that are just, I think what we're seeing, and it's hard to measure, is
2 acres.
folks that don't have.
And couldn't afford a home in the 2 acres.
So,
That's 2 acres.
It's just crazy. I don't know where the balance comes. We had a house in Salida, and the house across the street from us, it's like 1,800 square feet, sold for $850,000. I was, I've been in, a friend of mine owned it, and I was very happy for her, and I've been in the house, it's nice inside, but I don't think it's $850,000 nice. It's crazy that somebody actually bought, and they're from Texas, and, you know, moving up here. I have no idea who they are. It's not that they're from Texas. They just buy it.
It's just amazing.
the low interest rates are also too.
Yeah, you know, like my
Buddy,
We just
Vermont.
financed our house too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
has a mobile home on it with a well, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Rutland's,
It's just,
like
it's so.
one of the bigger populated areas, not 130,000
Not unique to here.
It's insane.
It's like,
for a house and 10
That
acres.
whole interest rate, housing,
That makes sense.
culture in our country, we're stuck. We're
we
stuck.
love
with
that.
it.
DOLA report said.
And those low interest rates make the prices able to go higher. They can't jack the interest rates up. They'll
I feel like
economy.
now it's find like a condemned house.
It's so hard.
It's hard.
Yeah, something that you have to refurbish yourself.
I'd like to see
Yeah.
broken down where we might.
So I became part of the Salida Business Alliance, and that's been
I don't know what it is.
sort of, and this is just for me, not as town.
I need to send it out. I think that's something.
Had it, and there's, I felt like I was part of a community when, I was, you know, during that.
What's going
And
on.
I met with Melissa
I
briefly,
did in
um,
There's 4 counties involved.
And I think it would,
What's going on?
I think
in
for,
four counties.
it would be great if
It's kind of cool too.
It's an opposite
an
trend.
entity, I think EDC is more like,
From what we
let's
understand.
diversify, let's bring in the factory with all these people.
That's not true.
Chambers really like, kind of
A
our,
lot of
how do we know how?
my age are trying to figure out
Listening here,
where
we're
the
like,
next
we don't
place
know what
is.
we need.
Where's the next BB?
I know it's a
You know,
lot to.
where's the next place that's
I think would be helpful.
affordable now that's gonna
Guidance
blow up?
from them. Somehow,
Goes
and I know they focus on their events, which is a whole other, at some point, we should probably,
Where did you say?
very open to talking about
Where's that?
events.
Yep.
It's,
Just when decisions are made,
south of.
I think,
Yeah.
no, something else.
That makes sense.
Trinidad, Walsenburg, that
Yeah.
area.
It's like, is it little?
I know Derek
They've got
Donald bought a
they've got
house.
killer economic
Do you
development.
take on a culture of,
Yeah, but
Right
look
plan,
at
they've
their
got
I'm not
scenery
saying we're not
compared to
pro-business,
ours.
yeah,
What's
but
that?
in any
I said, look at their scenery compared to ours.
Well,
Right. Pro-business way too.
but where's the next one gonna be? I mean,
And it
Right.
will cost money. I'm not up for waiving taxes.
Just what you're looking for.
Yeah, you go, is it Idaho? Is it
Permits?
somewhere in Colorado? Is
Should
it,
those just go to the top of the
you know,
pile?
Northern Idaho.
That be like
Fort?
a pro-business move,
who knows?
something that says like.
Well, like, Derek
business.
Donald, he moved.
That makes sense, like,
He moved to
you look at how many
No, he
residential
bought
permits
he
there are,
bought investment property.
and then a commercial.
It's like a
permit,
townhouse for
that's
like,
oh my
he
gosh.
paid like
okay,
160,
like,
180.
Get stuck
Like that?
behind these big,
You have it listed though.
you know, a
Yeah, I know.
commercial permit.
And, but he moved to Ridgeway.
Or a onesie, twosie,
He's a, you know,
stuck.
he's a person with a kid, with a baby, and there's
And
not a lot of
should those
people
be, I
with
mean, should
babies.
priority be given for those? Is that something that doesn't cost?
Bought in Edwards for,
Is that a way to?
I don't know, a couple $100,000 when we moved here.
Do I get priority?
That's $1 million home now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Not worth what it is.
Right.
It could be a hole,
Yeah.
but it's $1 million.
Interesting question.
But in that direction.
Plain and simple.
Or just,
I mean, we obviously, like the factory, the easiest one, because it's the most recent big one we've done. Felt like it got priority because it just sucked it sucked our resources. We were focused
And I remember a meeting
on the
right
time until it gets done.
and the realtors were saying, we're not giving enough away
Did it jump the line? I'm not,
to allow us
or
housing.
did we
I'm going,
stop something else to address it? Why? That's a good question. I'm not so sure.
And also,
Well, that's got your-
And not one of them said,
Yeah.
and I think it's
I'll
okay,
reduce
I think the
mine.
decision is like,
Commission.
that's
Exactly.
It took 2%,
should business.
and the contractor didn't say,
Maybe
no,
they already
build it for.
Maybe they're- but it-
per square foot.
It might not be bad for the board to say,
None of them, they wanted the town.
we would like to do this as a way of my policy and say, this is the way we're gonna help,
But it's not.
new business or existing business development forward.
Here's the
We
way.
want to make sure that they're
Sandbox, you
given priority when they come in. So even if it already is happening, if it's not by policy
Or
or by recognition that this is a big thing, we've got to address it. But I'm not sure anything suffered as a result of that besides
I don't know, maybe we're just not revisiting
people.
Right.
I haven't
But
seen, and
I don't know,
I.
that's an interesting one.
Kind of like what you're kind of saying.
Yeah, I think if the chamber could advocate to some people, like, how are people doing? I'll keep
Nobody
going.
offered that.
Yeah.
Well, that's.
Yeah, the other like subtle things that the town has no control of is,
And that's where Cleveland.
Tradesmen. So, finding someone.
How does that relate to water? How does it-
Yeah, but you need 3 of those a year.
I had to call,
Right.
we had
Yeah,
a
there was,
issue. in-
We talked a little bit about it when we were doing Collegiate Commons,
Historic part of East
but,
and we called 50.
because we ended up
They were like,
leasing the
take
the land,
customers.
right? Yeah, and that's something that
That's like kind of like the hidden
Cities
cost of.
for affordable housing, I know they were doing that in Burlington, Vermont when I lived there, because
is
you know,
that sort of
the-
stuff's really.
the Champlain Valley, like Housing Trust, owned the land, 99-year lease, sell the house way cheaper. They weren't actually selling the land, only the house.
Like, economic vitality is so tricky.
And that's another, you know, but that's not something we can do, that's something that.
And that's kind of in that discussion, continue planning in town on property.
You know, it's still town property.
We have some property that we can talk about that with.
You know, what about
There's
the,
got, 10 miles north of town.
I think there's a
we can do
group
that,
on that.
build some stuff there.
Just like.
That's another area that EDC is kind of involved with, because if they're hearing from
That's
the.
where we got the water.
where we have a lack of this kind of workers,
Village right there that.
that's where they can enroll in leasing with the school districts and say, and that's been going on for a while. I know Salida has
There's an option right here.
a program up and going for the trades.
Or we trade that land.
BB sort of gets involved
Okay.
here and there, but
Like for some land closer.
making that more efficient and more like results, like what are the results are we seeing here?
Those kinds of things. Does town wait for somebody
But that's what I think.
potential to come forward and say, hey, I got this idea, I wanna,
I think that can also help.
Or do you put it out there?
what?
Help address the.
Or do we put it out there?
housing
Yeah,
question.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
And I think that's
if you
what
have
you
more
have-
workers
that's the
available to
discussion.
work on the houses, then it should.
Okay, that's a big
decrease the price
discussion.
of them.
Okay, let's lease it.
It is
Now you give it.
expensive to build.
Yeah.
Put it out.
It's incredible.
Expensive.
Or bring in all the contractors. We can never get them at the same.
You're probably,
The contractors never show up.
so,
Speaking of contracts, I mean, find out on the ball.
He said,
I know not everybody wants a unit in the farm, but
3 separate units that will
we
hold
have a model that gets it closer to a price point, because.
money involved.
It's like 170.
Tell them we'd have to.
And it's not, the land prices obviously are high,
Separate units will
but that's not the.
side by side, they're heavy. If you remember, they poured extra thick concrete from that west side. So they got a plan to, I don't know, there's already a roof, so they're not bringing it.
Oh, there's, the roof's already on?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe they're gonna tunnel it in.
Maybe you're ready to haul it in for a while.
Oh, you just let it out. Now you gotta change your plans. Tunnel ain't gonna work.
All right, do we want to?
Yes.
Kick in again? All right, here we go.
Infrastructure?
Let's talk infrastructure for a little bit.
Yeah.
Sidewalks.
Connections,
Well,
connections in town.
I guess that's connecting our infrastructure is a broader term with sidewalks, bike paths, roads.
Now, I'm going to ask questions about that. So what, does that mean where development hasn't happened, we want town to proactively go make those connections?
Where development what do you mean, like building a sidewalk to nowhere or a house or road to
No,
nowhere?
like, so, let me try to think of a good example here. So let's pretend where Southport Social is going, that whole block on Main Street. They will build the infrastructure in front of their place, they'll have sidewalk and curb gutter and all that. But then there will just be a vacant, right?
Right.
No sidewalk. So people will go down the sidewalk and then they will social trail or go on the street or whatnot.
Tell Silverstein where the sidewalk is.
Sidewalk. So are you saying town should
Well, I don't know.
strategically like say, oh, that's gonna be an area that will build out, but we see a need to fill those connections now and then either recoup those costs from development as it happens or
Right.
kind of like the alley discussion we just had where, no, we see a need to fill this in. We're going to assess those.
And it could be like, yeah, and that's true. We could do something like we do with water, tap fee or something. In order to tap into our sidewalk that we built for you, you have to pay this.
So as development happens, they either build the sidewalk or they pay a cash in lieu for town to go build it afterwards. So we have a good thing going with development as it happens. We are running into more and more of these situations with the alley, with these kind of missing connections where does it make sense for us to proactively go do things or wait and just have awkwardness for an undetermined amount of time?
Or in fact, say, spread on that, do we pay for it now?
If we don't want to assess it right at the moment, we just want to collect the cash in lieu as it happens, yeah, that's.
Right.
But you've always said that when development happens, they're gonna have to tear up that infrastructure to get
Sometimes.
pipes and everything in, so we still expect the developer to pay the costs, but it's gonna cost the developer considerably more if they have to pay for what we built, and then they have to pay for the tear out, and then they have to pay for the rebuild.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So that's a dilemma. We've had it in South Main for a long time where they had gaps, and it was like fill in the gaps because this development could stop at some point, and then we just have these weird open gaps. And so, but yeah, that's with infill development, we see that a lot.
In order to facilitate and encourage development, you need to fill in those gaps, or it's just not gonna flow well enough to encourage development, which then fills in the gaps. There's a circle in there. I think that if our goal is to connect East Main to South Main, we have to make it as walkable and as developable as possible, even if it's somebody's got to break that sidewalk to build it later on.
And that's a good example of it, a moment in time where the town said, this is a priority. We're going to go to the taxpayers and ask them if they will approve a bond issue to do certain road improvements in certain connections. And that's how this connection got made at that time. The voters approved that, right? Because we needed to borrow money to make all that happen. But so that, I guess it's a policy level thing, but it could also be a goal under infrastructure. Staff is running into more and more of these awkward things. It's really awkward. So, you know, the email development over here in the middle of be nowhere, but a lot of development's going to be well. Development has to figure out those infrastructure components and pay for it. But the onesie twosies, it's very challenging to work through those. So,
And also, you know, you look into, we want sidewalks on every street in town.
which we did set a policy in 2018 where we identified certain parts of town where sidewalks were not necessary.
Oh.
And then yeah, it was a great step because we had this weird, we had a code that said sidewalks are required.
Gosh, yeah.
And what was it? How much? 9 million?
20 million, something like that. Yeah.
The previous planner said, well, to do all the sidewalks, it'd be 9 million. And I'm going, we're all going, where are you putting them?
So a thought that we've talked about is, okay, well, we've got a really good sidewalk context plan, but we have these situations, especially with infill, where we're not doing, so with major subdivisions, that's where we get all the detail and all the requirements. You gotta pave the street, this is what the curb looks like, all that. Right now, when we have infill development that's not a major subdivision, they have to get the water line in, they have to make sure drainage works, they have to do sidewalk. There's nothing in there that talks about paving the road. So we have these dirt streets, or road-based streets in town. Do we revisit that kind of thing in a context map to say, it's okay to have a road-based street over here on Pinion Bella? That's just the way it's gonna be. Or do we say, no, we want paved streets everywhere in town and development is just gonna have to do that. And if you're developing in the middle of nowhere over here, either you're gonna have to figure out how to do it or town will go ahead and do it and we will assess that back to the properties. Or do we just leave it as a dirt street? So we don't have a context policy for those areas. We have our code and that's leading us in a certain direction. But is that really what we want?
Maybe the sidewalk discussion, I'd entertain even getting out the old sidewalk map and see, what, if paving is specifically what you're talking about, then start with that conversation and see if, I don't remember how the maps went, but I do remember there was 4 categories of
Right, artery and.
Right.
Yeah. Safe route to school, just separate things.
And maybe some cost modeling, and this is something that affects me, is those dirt alleys adjacent to Main Street. And that I have I've received a lot of feedback. Just that what is the future of the condition of these alleys? Because there's so much standing water. How do you do that? Start collecting $5 a year from anyone who lives in it, right? Do you start now a really small amount? I don't know. You're like, well, how are you going to come up with $2 million to do those 2 alleys? Like, I just don't see where that's going to come from.
Right.
I think it's like 20 years away. So I'm keeping track. I asked. About 6 years ago, Mark Doring said it was 25, 30 years. So 19 to 25, so we still have some time.
Well, and that's, okay, so just, we'll probably need to get back to a goal, but
Yeah.
this was one of the topics that I wanted to talk about a little bit. I want the board to learn from the alley discussion that was recently had. The reason why town looked at that, well, one, you can't just build a little section of an alley for a commercial building, right? So the alley had to be built. So if the alley is going to be built, is it going to be built in a way that doesn't turn into a mess for everyone, right? Are we going to actually do it in a way that addresses drainage and things like that over a period of time? So, and that's kind of that ties into paving of the streets. Like, are we okay with things being BB-ish?
Mm-hmm.
Or is the level of expectation changing that stormwater functions in every location? We have sidewalk connections in every location. So anyway, I don't want to ramble too much on that, but infrastructure is a big one, and it's changing.
And how does that tie into affordable housing? I mean, Dave, what's his last name?
McNabb.
McNabb, yeah. So that, now I'm going to have to charge these guys $50 more a month because you put in an alley back there. It worked just fine for all these years that it was dirt. It didn't really work fine. We just never really used it because we didn't have to. So, I mean, how do we talk about anything without, again, going back in a loop of.
But that's looking at it through the vision of impacts, right? So it'd be very easy to say, yeah, we want every street in town paved because it'll be beautiful and it's super functional and all that. Is that really how BV is that sustainable for BV as we move forward?
Mm-hmm.
Probably, maybe not.
But I think you're onto the right thing when you're like, let's talk about it a later time and just look at the big picture because there's going to be so many things that come up. I'd be up for that, Dave. Like, do we assess it? Do we, does town do all this engineering so you don't have all these other people doing the engineering and having to redo it probably 10 times?
Yeah, and then, it's like I live over off of Gunnison and there's those bunch of brand new houses and they have sidewalks in front of them, but no one else does. And it's weird. They have like 100 yards of sidewalk and that's it on that side of the street. And then,
Because the property owner built them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it was required.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was required by the.
But then, the rest of Gunnison Ave is like, there's no sidewalks except for that little section between like Park and in the south, but it's only on that like one side of the street. The other side doesn't have a sidewalk, but now it does in front of those 2 little houses. And then the rest of Gunnison to Main Street has no sidewalks. So are we is it only in that little section or is it gonna be like going down the whole thing? Are we gonna build that? Are we gonna require people or charge people?
Yep.
People on the west side don't have sidewalks. The people on the east side did have sidewalks.
Yeah, the east side has a sidewalk on Gunnison between Oak Street and the highway.
The sidewalk is so narrow, it's hard to walk on. You can't
Yeah, and people don't shovel it either, but that's another thing. I walk in the road when I'm walking. It gets awkward when I'm in like a city.
I would like to see us put more money in replacing the sidewalks because we're getting more and more areas in town that the sidewalks are past replacing. And I know that the property owner pays a portion and then the town pays a portion. So in insisting on new infrastructure, we still need to maintain the old. And some of the sidewalks, even on my street, you could be walking along and then all of a sudden the sidewalk is this much higher.
True.
My elbow still has not healed from last year when I took a dive on one of those because I was looking in the distance instead of watching the sidewalk. And I know I'm not the only one that's a klutz, you know. But there are areas in town where the sidewalks are literally crumbling.
Do we still have a cost sharing program for
We
that?
have two things. We have the cost sharing program, which allows people to proactively say, I want the sidewalk in front of my property fixed. That we could say, okay, we have this program. If you want to get in line for that, you can go through that. Town has also started using our street fund to proactively go do sidewalk replacement or installing sidewalk. So for instance, the railroad project where we just added all
Right.
the sidewalk there.
Right.
Came out of our street fund, that didn't come out of a matching with the property owner fund. So
Yeah.
it gives us the option to go address an area where the property owner may not be saying anything, but we see it as we've got to go replace that or maintain that. So,
And that was the safe route to school sidewalk, yeah.
Is that our goal, structure? We'll clean it up. Is that,
no, that's good.
And you want core safety under community, it looks like? Is that what's best?
Yeah, I put it there with like the PD and the on-ball and things like that.
we're on community?
Just a question, Philip. So will we review the street improvement projects? Those will be brought to us by Sean. How will that work?
Yes. So usually we have a set tax amount for our streets and then he will show you, here's what our plan is. And then
that's how that'll come forward, because I'm looking at these, they're pretty general, trail and park improvements per plan.
Yeah,
You know, street
because
improvement per plan.
we set that every year and it fluctuates.
Okay, gotcha, cool. Because sometimes he has money left over, he reaches out a little further, yeah, cool. Okay.
So community.
I think it's kind of part of core safety, but just the public outreach process, which has been completely destroyed this year with Zoom, but maybe coming back to that, especially if we're going to ask a question on core safety, what our public outreach process, maybe even hearing about what we have in place or strategies or how best to do that.
Sorry, Amy, I'm just looking up something else. Can you repeat that?
I'm wondering about public outreach process
Okay.
and just hearing, is there any strategies we can explore to hear from the public, be it social media? Maybe once things resolve in person, we'll be able to hear from the public, but exploring some options there.
Just in general.
I think in general, but I think it's kind of laying the groundwork for the facilities, because we might end up having a question for the people. But is there a way to figure out, is there a way to shore up our outreach, public relation process? So when all of a sudden it's like, okay, so here's the picture, this is what we're going to ask, kind of making sure that if there's any investment needed in that, like a person, maybe a PR person, maybe that might be a.
Okay.
Would that kind of fall under like a potential tax initiative? Because there's obviously going to be public outreach for that.
If there was one. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously when we start talking the funding for this kind of stuff, it's either it's going to have to come from tax, or it's going to be a grant of some kind. I think they're going to go hand in hand.
Okay, as design and construction of new police station.
And I think once the brick and mortar is identified, then how do we come with funding?
So yeah, I think, so in 2021, so this year we will bring forward, here's a funding proposal and timing for police station and possibly town hall following that.
Does that go before the actual, well, I mean, that's kind of a catch-22, and how do you,
Right.
you don't really know how much it's going to cost. You can have a rough idea.
Well, we have an idea.
Well, but I'll bet you it's double. Just saying.
10 million.
The cost of everything has gone up about, Dave, right?
It's 10 million.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, but we have to go with something. So.
Right. You have to start somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
So if, based on that, it looks like, hey, we're going to need another revenue source, then that's the discussion of, okay, is that a tax question in 22?
Gotcha.
Is that, do we want to ramp up PR, anticipating that process?
And that's a discussion we've had already in that respect, because that's what we were going to do prior to COVID.
Right. Because we assumed we were going to go for
Yes.
a tax question.
Yeah.
Core safety is, I'm very interested in seeing how that process, I know a lot of work was done, but the continuation of that, I think this year it sounds like there's going to, obviously it's on the to-do list, but I'd love an opportunity for the board to come together and look at the findings, because it is such a huge undertaking. It's a lot of money, it's structures, and I think there's a lot of decisions that, the committee identified, but it's really, I think the board needs to feel really comfortable with a lot of the decisions that are made about location, about buildings, about order of things, especially now with the fire department looking at that MOU. I do think that probably impacts it somehow. So I don't know if it's a work session or if there's some way we could really dive into those assessment findings. Does anyone have any suggestions? Or Philip, what do you think? I just think there's some unresolved questions in that.
I guess from my perspective, I don't have any unresolved questions. If the board has unresolved questions, then I guess that's back to you. Do you want to have another work session where okay, remember this is how we left that. By May, we'll have some master planning thoughts on this block that tie into the end of our analysis on the facilities. But from staff's point of view, based on, because what the board said is, we like the proposals, we need to focus on these priorities, and we need to figure out a funding plan before we jump too far ahead. Police station's going out by Public Works, and town hall's moving into this block. That's what we got from the board. So if the board needs to revisit that, absolutely. I mean,
And that was my thought too, is we did that work session. We had this all presented, and that was the consensus that I took away from it. Was the same thing you're saying, is that, oh, okay, we approve, we like this.
Right.
Now we have to identify. And identify where's fire department going to go? Well, that's changed a little bit with the MOU.
Yep.
Because, well, maybe how we're going to put things together. But the consensus was that we would expand this building for possibly town hall. PD was going to move out there. That would open up the building where current town hall is for sale, potentially. Don't know. That's all in the air right now, but the basis was agreed upon. And if what you're saying then is the board wanting to revisit that. And that's what Amy's asking, do we need to revisit that, or were we okay with that?
I'm okay with it. I just think we need to concentrate on funding and the specifics of the building and all that.
If I may, and this is, I think, as part of the process, and I would like, I think the police station, I think how I saw I'm now seeing the consensus is to move it, which isn't a bad idea. I think I'm in support of that. I think it's great that
town is looking at a campus here, but I think there should be acknowledged a public-private partnership of some sort, and I don't know if that will happen, how that could happen with the current campus being developed. I know I bring, and it's hard, I want to voice my concern, I don't want to go against the board, but I do have big concerns about it being laid out the way it is, but I don't want to bring it up too early because maybe it will have all my questions answered. But if I also wait too late, it's kind of a bummer that so much work's being put into it.
Sure.
So I'm really kind of, I think another consideration that the board could have if the police station gets moved out is, I know, and I brought this up early in the committee, is rehabbing the courthouse, or at least looking at it, because that would be the square footage. It would probably cost about the same as this campus. And maybe that's not the right decision, but I think it's important for it to be a consideration, or maybe here, if the board was okay for that. And for this, a public-private partnership, because right now, if this gets developed in the campus format, it's going to be probably 2 to 3.5 million, whether that separate annex room or whatnot is put on. If there was a way to do a public-private partnership where we lease the land to a developer, and I'm just putting this is my question. If it's a 3-story building, can then that be done at no cost to town? That's something I think I'd appreciate. Maybe it isn't a work, but if before we say here's the 3.5 million, I know the naysayers are going to say, what if you were to knock it down, get it for free? So that's a question I would want to feel comfortable answering to the public. So I'd like to see those two areas explored, but I don't know how to put that into, I've kind of been in the process since the beginning, and I don't want to be the outlier, but I'd like to see those questions addressed, because I think if they don't come up from me, I think they may come up when we're deep into this process. So I don't know, Philip, I don't want to go against you or against, I'm just trying to, how do I advocate?
Well, a couple of thoughts. So one, when we're looking at this area, one of the things that came out of that analysis was, given that front, where the police station is now, that front's Main Street, there's flexibility in that zoning because it's mixed use. So you could have residential and municipal function, commercial, you could do a lot of things with it. So that was implanted with the assumptions that we would like to see, like, almost all those components potentially included. In the funding discussion, we could say, hey, is there an opportunity to partner with a private entity to share ownership and do those kinds of things to achieve eventually moving town hall into that location? Okay, cool. I don't think that prohibits us from saying town hall goes there.
Right.
Right. The other part of that you bring up is the courthouse. I have more concerns with that, because we can spin our wheels on this like we have for years,
right,
and not get anything done.
Right.
We've looked at the courthouse over the years, and it's proven to be a pretty huge task to undertake.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the historic group has not wanted to sign that back over to town, right? They don't want to give it to town. So we've run that up the flagpole a few times. Not to say we can't again, but that's a different vision for town, and I turn that back up to the board. I mean, if we want to go explore that, we can, but
I think if it's been explored, just maybe if that could be, we just have to feel comfortable, because that would be, I think that's the only way I see that building really. I think it's a good chance for it to be rehabbed, but, and I'm not saying that is, maybe it has been looked through, but I think that question will come up. And I think, I think we talked, it's probably gonna be a couple $2 million. Well, if this is a couple $1 million, or that's a couple $1 million.
No, that one's like 5 to 10. That's,
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't remember the price tag, but it's significant.
okay.
Oh,
Then
it's
that's
terrible.
totally- And I just heard 2.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 10.
yeah, it was unbelievable.
Great, thank you. Then that's perfect. I think that's it's just to make sure that's fully
Sure.
vetted, because what if it sounds like, oh, there's a match, there's this, it's only 2 million. So thank you.
Because the gym was 3 million. Wasn't the gym 3 million to redo that? Remember when they,
I remember that.
we were going,
Thank
we
you.
didn't even own it and the school was gonna let us refurbish it and we're going,
So thank you. That was just important to know that that was.
Yeah.
But you couldn't touch it with her.
No.
But
No.
if I may ask, if the board could consider as another option for town hall in that location, a full scrape and building a 3-story building as a public private.
Scrape of the current building, you mean?
Correct, and just build 100%. And that's where it comes back to, what do we want town to look like? Right? Do we want a town to look like one more drive-through? Is it, what happens if it could be scraped? Built condos could be sold, and then town has rent-free for 100 years. I'm just spitballing. These are the things, if we don't, I'm concerned if we don't address now, when we go to ask for money in 2 years, the naysayers, which I'm like queen of the naysayers before I signed on here, that will be a question. I think it's like, is this being done properly? Is this how we want town to look? So I would greatly appreciate if that was, even if you don't go through the full planning gamut, if that could somehow be vetted.
Well, and again, because it is in the mixed use zone, as soon as we start remodeling that building, we have to then comply with the Main Street code. And so it does bring the building forward, and it does require that at least 2-story, I think. But anyway,
Okay,
so the gals that are working on the planning with us,
okay,
they're aware of that. They're aware of the design guidelines and all of that. So I think what they're going to be proposing there is in line with what you're saying.
okay.
It's not keep that building with access point where actually you can't have access off of Main Street. So we're drive access, right?
Okay.
So we're actually looking at taking that away and creating a different access to this
Okay.
parcel. So
I just didn't want it to go too far.
yeah,
And I'm just saying, I know I was part of the process. I just wanted to voice, I'd be really interested in seeing city block, scraped clean city block format as a way to offset cost.
okay.
If the board, and I don't know if you want me to talk to each board member or like, this is where sometimes I get a little stuck. This is Amy, deliberate in many, speak as one, right? This is me saying, I think this should be considered. I don't know how you guys want to address that.
What's the question?
well, of course, we're in a different scenario right now
Yeah.
because of a work session type setting. But then that would be where I would communicate, then let's have a motion to, if that's what we want to do. Board, do you want to discuss this further? And that's the direction we would want to go. How far do we want to go with this? You have a thought, an idea, a concern, then we allow the board to interject. And I think the best way to do it, and that's what I've decided here now, is recently, not today, I want a motion. So that there is a direction for the board and a direction for staff so that we know where we're going instead of bouncing around and not getting anywhere. We're going to start, that's going to be the process. So if that being said, then that would be a discussion that maybe could come up in trustee staff, if you want to put it that way. And
How
then
about
we
at the
go from there.
presentation? Like maybe the presentation answers all the questions, but I just don't want you to be blindsided, Philip.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
I'm bringing it up now.
Well, and that's the whole point of doing that effort for this block is to facilitate just that.
Okay,
And then that's why I'm not saying we're going to design it this year. We don't have enough time. We don't have enough resources. This is going to take some time. So the whole actual designing of these things will be next year.
okay,
So I think the May 11th would be the perfect
Perfect.
opportunity to see what they've come up with that complies with our zoning.
Mhm.
And then say, hey, it'd be nice if we could make it 3 instead of 2-story or those kinds of things.
okay, thank you.
Cool.
Is that our goal for 2022? I was typing, only one person talking.
If there's a tax initiative.
And then also, and I say that's a very broad statement, use of town-owned properties, that falls into exactly what Amy was talking about.
Right.
I mean, it basically does. It's a big statement,
Yeah.
very big statement.
And I put it up here too, under economic vitality.
Yeah.
So we talked about that a lot as well.
Just core facilities is gonna be on, I think this will take years.
It will.
It is ongoing, and that's why looking at specific years on what needs to happen, because it's all ongoing, so there are going to be certain things that need to happen first.
I think that's excellent.
Cool.
Yeah.
We got 3?
Yeah.
We did them all.
We did them all.
We did.
Good, 'cause
So
I have a, how do I want to put this? An example. Philip,
What I do.
hey, a guy asked me about the fence by the airport. Do you know what we're going to do there? Do you know what kind of spot that puts him on? He knows nothing about what I'm going to talk to him about. He knows nothing about the question that I'm asking him. And yet, in a meeting, I'm putting him on the spot to answer that question. And he's going, wow, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't.
That's a really good job. An orifice though.
But see, and that's kind of one of those things that I like to bring forward, or I want to bring forward, is that is not the time and the place. The question is in an email, Philip, I have somebody that's interested in what you're going to do at the airport. He's wanting to build a fence, but he wants it to make it look like yours, or what are you going to do? Instead of in a meeting going, hey man. And then he goes, what? I don't even know what you're talking about. An email, a text, whatever to staff will make a world of difference. And you may not even have to ask it in a meeting, but putting them on spot. I can always remember in elementary school when teachers go, what's the answer? And he went, damn, I wasn't even listening.
I didn't feel like that in high school.
Yeah.
Never rose your hand, you just pick up.
I got to make something up and it's got to be good. And your heart's just pounding. And I've seen Philip in that chair before have that question answered, and it's not a good thing. Any advance notice you can give anybody on anything you have a question on, whether it's trustee staff or anything.
You all do a really good job of that.
Please.
I really do appreciate the attention to that and bringing up topics ahead of time and stuff. So yeah, that does make a world of difference, because it's not fun when that kind of thing comes up. It's hard to deal with.
And that goes back to why we no longer respond to public comment.
Yeah, that was a huge policy decision at the time, and it's improved.
You respond to it all the time?
Oh, man. We got it.
Yeah, it was bad. That's why I was like, we're done with this.
Yeah. Guy, you can only climb out from under the bus so many times before you go, you know what, just run over me. It feels better. Next.
All right.
all right, we've reviewed. Now it's time for, I don't know.
Comment, yeah, well, no, you're moving it on. Comments from me. Well, I think this has been a very productive time. I hope you all feel that way too. Actually, several of the things I was going to mention have been discussed. I like the outcome of the goal discussion. I think that's going to help us with budgeting. I'd like to hear some thoughts on, so I've got some work session ideas, but we can talk about that in a minute if there's particular topics we want to try to schedule in. Staff is doing pretty well right now, but we continue to operate in a strained capacity at times. And I know that's not a new thing. That's the way we've been in for the last couple of years, and it's a hard thing to solution. So I guess what I would just pass along now is whenever there's opportunities that pop up, staff's excited to say, hey, let's go explore it. And that's happening right now in the water area big time, but we've got to engage. This is our time to go achieve things underwater, to get water. But just to be mindful of, we also need to pick times to say no, or to say, that's great, maybe we could get some help from our partners, things like that. Just to continue in that. And again, I think we do a pretty good job about that. But it just kind of protecting our resources, because I don't want to lose people. We're very fortunate. We've had such great stability. And I think we're in a good place, but there's just a lot of stuff right now. It's hard to really say it in a poetic way, but there's a lot going on. And, you know, I personally struggle when we put so much into it and I get kind of kicked in the teeth by, you know, somebody howling because they don't understand their obligations, or I get the phone call from one of our previous trustees with his, here's how you're doing all the things wrong and you have too many employees. That stings. I hate that, but I deal with it and that's okay. But I really appreciate how you all protect that. You don't ever throw that at me. We don't ever get into in public discussion about we have too many employees. I mean, that used to happen. That is so demoralizing.
Constantly.
So I just want to give kudos to you all for being mindful of that in the public meetings. Let's see, work sessions. So we will have a deep dive in the rec department, the first meeting in March, and then we're open for a while before budget season. So are there any particular topics that we want to think about for work sessions?
We just mentioned today the code, the code thing.
Yep, I got that.
You got that.
Yep,
Okay.
got that.
Good.
I noticed in the budget book last year, it mentions capital improvement plan work sessions. I don't know if there's one needed. Maybe if there's one set aside before budget season or during budget season. I'd appreciate that, just because I see the capital improvement plan. I just don't know how things get added or taken away or why they don't need to be on it. I'd be curious about that.
Okay.
Maybe during budget season. And then if during budget season, if I may make a request, which may not be possible, there's so many grants that just kind of get married into the budget, free money, right? Is there value in a way at maybe looking at the budget kind of without all the free money, right? Because if someone spends $400,000 on a trail, right? Well, if you're getting $400,000, it's kind of zero. So I'm just wondering if there's be a way to look at the budget. It's a $10 million budget, but there was like 1.2 million in grants. I wonder if that's a healthier way to, at least one other way to look at the budget.
So a view of the budget that excludes the grant revenues and expenditures?
If everyone feels that would be value without too much work.
I'm not saying it doesn't, but what would that tell you?
I think if you look at year-over-year growth of expenses for the town, it looked like there was a large increase in expenditures. We went from like a $9 million to a $10 million budget. But a lot of that, it's because it was grants. And I just think it tells a more accurate picture about spending and being fiscally responsible.
Are you getting questions about that?
Yeah, I think when the newspaper article came out, it seemed like it was a big jump. Yeah, so that would just be, and I think it's just a more accurate picture.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think if you look at expenses,
right,
it'd be nice to see what the expenses, how they would change if we didn't get free money.
A lot of the things don't happen if we don't get the grants.
Right.
Too. So they're tied together, right? Like the park out.
Right.
Sunset Vista, Arizona Trail.
So it doesn't really count as an expense, quite frankly, because it's free.
Yeah.
That's just a thought, and I wouldn't want anyone to go through any extra work if the board didn't agree, but it was just something I was curious about last year.
I was trying to think, doesn't one of Michelle's, one of her reports has that?
We look at it internally that way quite a bit. But I don't know if she puts out something like that, but we can.
But it was like adjusted, here's the thing, adjusted, just so you know, like this is what it would be without grants, you know, even if it's crude.
And I guess, going with what Amy's saying, I guess to me, it's not relevant, but maybe to somebody else it is, because I know where I've been in this process long enough that I know that's how it works. Since like Libby said, yeah, we allocated 3 million for this, but guess what? It didn't happen. So our budget just dropped 3.
Yep.
Maybe we don't report that at the end of the year so that the public goes, oh, wait, the budget was actually 11. We only spent 8. Maybe that's something else that makes sense too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never been confronted. I've just never been confronted.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And because I think a lot about how our budget is portrayed to the public, and the grants throw stuff off, especially when you throw in the water loans and all that other stuff, it gets kind of complex, so,
Only
okay,
if it wasn't too much, I just was curious.
okay. Maybe we can look at that when we talk about the capital plan. too.
Okay.
So, what else?
Has Sean said anything about the snowpack up in the mountain?
He hasn't. No,
I heard 90.
About 98 right now.
it's 100, 98 to 100. In the Arkansas, yeah, in the.
Just this recent
Mhm.
bump this up there.
Statewide, it's awful. Yeah, awful, awful, awful. Colorado River is really bad, but Arkansas River's
Yeah, we got
about
lucky.
100.
Is Cottonwood considered part of the Arkansas?
Yes,
We don't get any separate reporting on Cottonwood.
no.
Has there been discussion on starting the meetings at 6 rather than 7?
Cool idea.
Availability. I mean, I know it'd be hard for me all the time.
Okay.
Devin, you, depends on your work schedule too.
I usually don't work on Tuesday nights because of that
Do you?
anyways, so I'm free. Usually I work now, but not today.
That's not nice.
Yeah, any thoughts on that?
Long,
Fine with me. What about?
start at 9 o'clock.
Starting at 6?
I'm a night person, I don't
That's
care.
right.
I'm not off on Tuesday. In order to make the meetings, I gotta switch my schedule around.
Okay. And
So we're talking about whether it would be a problem to start at 6 rather than 7.
That's
Would be
right.
for me.
okay. And then also, I know, I think the meetings, when they go over 3 hours, I find it hard to stay clear. And I think that the meetings make sense from like the ceremonial aspect of so many things, but, and I know we have work sessions, but I'm wondering if maybe there could be some time set up just like this to just work through some of the deeper issues or in preparation for information staff needs. And I know I don't want to take more time from someone, but I know it would be really helpful to me. And I'm just wanted to put it up to you guys if you want to maybe do once a month or once every other month on a Monday or Tuesday night at 7 p.m. for 1 hour, just to talk through some issues of like, Norm, I didn't get what you were saying with that. Or do you guys, is that something anyone would be interested in?
We've tried it a couple of different ways with trustee coffee and whatever else and
Breakfast.
breakfast. Yeah. And yes, creating a space to have a non-specific poking at ideas conversation would be amazing. I don't know how, where, the ones we've tried haven't been very successful, but.
They always seem to fall apart. We started at 7 in the morning, we started going 7 at night.
Can we start at 7, 8?
We just.
You're at school, right, at 7 a.m.? Could you do a 7 a.m. start?
No, I work late,
Okay.
so 7 a.m. is early for me.
Okay.
It's a
People
hard
do
one to
things that
figure
early?
out.
I don't do that.
You want to program that into work sessions, or is that, or work sessions that are like the day before a regular meeting?
Like the first Monday of the month?
It's hard to stack it on a regular meeting just because we're so focused on topics.
Can we doodle?
Right.
Doodle?
Doable.
Yeah, the doodle poll.
Sure.
Try that, would you?
Do you want to do just a generic space or do you want to find a topic and then find a space? You know, I mean.
Let's maybe just reserve the space, and if you want to pick the first topic, that'd be awesome.
See, and we tried that too, and we didn't have topics.
Right.
Maybe that's better? Maybe there's,
I mean,
I'd be open to
it just
anything.
fell apart. It just fell apart. There was, we were showing up for nothing is what we were doing.
Okay.
Well, I think it's gonna change our dynamic a lot when we're actually at meetings together consistently, you know, where we can have little side conversations and little chats and get to know each other better and help with that dynamic. What do you want? What do you love?
So you're saying, I'm
I don't
saying,
want to know you. Maybe other
okay,
people I did.
so it sounds like folks don't want, maybe, I know I want to, but it's okay if you guys don't want to, I just want to.
Maybe we can revisit that when we can get back in the space together,
Yeah,
maybe. I mean, I agree. I think it's a great idea.
yeah.
So tabled.
Yeah, I like it too, but you know, like you said, we all show up and we're like, well, what are we talking about now? And that could be an issue, but.
I would like to have a discussion at some point about how do we decide when it's time to start meeting in person again, rather than just Zoom.
And in respect to Cindy, she would like to hold off for a little bit. We could, well, we still will be hybrid meetings because the public will be outside and it will be just similar to this. We'll have them on Zoom and they can make comment. Do we have it set up better than we were the first?
This is a meeting right here.
Well, but I mean, if they wanted to speak, how would that happen?
Oh,
You've got the speaker?
so those speakers right there.
Great, okay.
This fully functions as a meeting where the public can engage, they can see you, they can speak, you can hear them.
And Cindy would, let's say if we decided, right, that we wanted to meet and Cindy wanted to wait, could we be able to accommodate that part of it with Cindy being not here? We could, okay.
She should be on the TV.
I would love that opportunity because I'm going to travel and I don't want to miss any meetings. So my only concern is if we go back, I really like the flexibility.
And just a reminder, we're under COVID. That's the only reason we're able to even talk about some being remote, some being here.
Really?
So we will, the only way that works, and of course the only reason we would do that is because we're in a pandemic. But once we stop declaring a local emergency, we revert back to, we need to be
In person.
In person.
Remote.
not unless you're an emergency.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. That prevents the person from getting on the board and then moving to wherever.
And it's 75% of meetings is the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
But while we're in this mode, it's nice to have that flexibility. So was there a decision made on that, or is it just, let's have a discussion about it?
I think we're going to hold off. It sounds like we're going
I'm
to
ready.
remote.
I'm ready.
Norm's ready. I'm ready.
Ready for what?
In-person meeting.
I would like to defer to Cindy, quite frankly. I think it's one of those group responsibility, and if one person isn't.
Almost forgot what they look like.
Well,
I would still,
That must've been nice for you.
you can still be in a meeting on there.
Yeah.
sorry, we're under custody.
Yeah, she would be participating in it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think we're ready to meet. Maybe not tomorrow or this week, next week, I'm sorry, but maybe the week after the next meeting. Yeah. Yeah, is that next month? Yeah, next month.
Okay. Sounds great.
Isn't it? It's so messed up. Christie, you want to join us?
Unless something here.
No. That was.
Not really.
No.
All right, anything else?
Thank you.
I want to thank Christy.
Thanks, Christy.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being my guinea
Saturday.
pigs for coming good, the COVID return.
You did an outstanding job.
You guys.
Thank you so much. And Paula's not here, but our staff really helped out.
Yeah, thank her for lunch.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
Paula for getting that.
And the booklet.
Look what's awesome.
Yeah, very fancy.
The budget's in there too with page numbers, so.
yes.
Before we do the goals.
Thank you. You're awesome. All right, well, thank you all.
Thanks.
Good stuff.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Devin. Good to see you. Thanks,
Yeah,
Dave.
totally.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Doug.
See ya. Wow, you actually got, I don't know how this is. Most young.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with my buddy.
Most young parents want to get away from their kids for a little while.
Been here for a
But
while.
usually it's a
But we're gonna watch.
A date?
Yeah, are you?
Live stream Thursday till.
We went out for our anniversary in October.
We put some in town hall.
We were gone for like an hour and a half.
So we didn't want to be like.
That was it.
You mean,
Water.
I mean, I know.
Me too in May.
Oh, how fun.
She's a little.
Oh, how fun.
She's a hoot.
No better than this. We have friends.
We do. Some of them were not.
You can like film yourself and
COVID. We're getting there, yeah.
That's just.
it's cool. It's
They're friends.
obviously not as influencers, but.
Yeah, she's a character. This is her last name. She's in that. She's sitting in there.
Oh,
She's
how
hilarious.
sweet.
She's so funny.
And you know, like a lot of those
Oh.
people make that much money.
Yeah.
You know,
No, it's our one. It's our one.
so like if you're like,
I have two granddaughters.
No.
Are 3 and 5.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Are they around here? And do you get to see them?
Lots from my house. Yeah.
That's been the hardest thing. She's my parents' only granddaughter and my daughter. My parents'
Well, that's the other thing,
islands.
obviously, that came out of the whole conversation is
That May husband too, from Sydney, Nebraska. And I was going out to Sydney, Nebraska, trying for 1 weekend a month. So,
The things that they built were.
but yeah, just having them 2 blocks from my house is really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're like, oh, it's affordable housing. Actually, it's like, we're paying for housing. And I was like,
Okay.
And then now with the market price on materials, it's gotta be even higher.
yeah, I think it's like 230, 250, like the cheapest thing.
Is it?
And I've heard people say, you put like a ball in the middle of the floor and it rolls to the corner.
Okay.
But I can only,
There's
The filters thing.
They used to change.
see those, and I'm not saying that he'll be better. Those are coming from Nebraska.
That's
right.
Maybe, I don't know. I remember when I walked through. And let's
Can
say,
I have famous, can I get the hand like folding
You
table?
got it, thank you. No, we're good, thank you.
You can use the extra half hour.
Yeah.
That's right.
well, I guess that's okay.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, you too.
Those were the
Amazing.
things I saw too.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Houses look like when you get home, if it was a 911 call from.
I know.
It's not a house.
Not a house.
A house.
Yeah, so,
It's like in between the mobile home.
yeah, he can.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Are we okay on the?
They're very comfortable.
Now he's giving notice, so there's.
I actually didn't know that was coming in.
Sure.
Yeah, I just get it out of my.
Wanna
Yeah, good idea.
another.
Take it easy.
Okay.